honorables, So I believe they are coming to back Tajuddin Abbas means a very strong support base. The House of Representatives is consolidated behind a new Speaker of House of Representatives. All of them are strong contenders. That's why I told you I have personal interactions with them, and I know how much weight they carry, and I know what their endorsement means, especially with Senator Right Honorable Betara, who, of course, we know that is one of the biggest juggernauts of the House of Representatives, deciding to back Tajuddin Abbas, and also Yusuf Gagdi, Yusuf Adam Gagdi, who is also Right Honorable, a returning member, backing Tajuddin Abbas. When you look at this, it's properly consolidated. I think everybody is listening to the voice of reason. Everyone is following the path of the leadership of the party, the leadership of the country, about the need for us to organize and forge a common front to drive the government program. Most importantly, most of them know that these selections, like somebody like Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, is one of the most competent members of House of Representatives. In fact, he passed more bills than I think most of the members of House of Representatives. As at last count, there were almost 75 bills, associated with him. The last being the National Blood Transfusion Bill. We know about the blood transfusion issues that we have in this country, and the center is going to be enabled for that, which credit goes to him, So, and when you look at all those things, it's like the government is trying to fulfill its promise, the promise of selecting national competence. Remember, immediately after the election of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria, he made mention of that he's going to organize a government of national competence. And I believe this is a calibration of this promise. Every person that was selected, that was nominated by the party, endorsed by the party, is a clear reflection of competency. So I think Nigerians are in safe hands. On the executive side, we have the most finest, competent hands. We've seen what the president have done in the last 14 days, how he was able to consolidate, organize the entire country, cool down almost touch the entire, strata of Nigerian society, and bring everyone together on board within just few days. So, and we have seen again, now we are voting for competent National Assembly members that are going to jointly together to drive this government program. I think Nigerians need to trust this system. Nigerians need to submit to this system. Nigerians need to understand and give reasonable cooperation and support so that there can be success going forward. We are very lucky to have these structures, and I think it is important for us to own these structures, guide it jealously, support our leaders so that they can continue to drive the successes that we have elected them for.
Right. We understand that a roll call of the members-elect of the House of Representatives is ongoing right now, and the voting is about to commence on the desk of the clerk of the Senate. That exercise is about to commence right away, where voting for who to become the president of the Senate is about to commence. 2 candidates have emerged, and nomination has closed formally right now. So it's between Senator-elect Godswill Akpabio as well as Senator-elect Abdulaziz Yari, and both of them will be slugging it out. So we'll also bring you updates from the House of Representatives, where the roll call of members is ongoing right now. Let me come to you, Comrade Sefia Ogo. You have been there. Thank you very much for staying with us. Now, in all of this that we have seen, what role will the opposition members elect from the various political parties that are not the main out of the APC? What role will they be playing in this whole mix right now?
The opposition, I am not a member of the opposition, but of course, from their speeches on the social media, on the television, and the newspaper, that the opposition are coming en bloc to select a qualitative leadership devoid of wrangling in a peaceful, democratic process. Again, oppositions have come together as one voice, one umbrella, with the interest of teeming Nigerians who voted them in. This is a thumbs up for Nigerians' democracy. This is a thumbs up for Asiwaju's administration, that they are coming with a very robust, one voice, united together to support the development of Nigeria under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You know, based on his statement that he is even calling on opposition as an inclusive government. We are waiting to see the interplay on the floor of the Senate. But what we are yearning for as Women for Yari is a free, fair, peaceful, co-creative, robust tent assembly with a peaceful election. We assure you that the Women for Yari, with due respect to our NWC, with utmost humility and respect, we shall accept the outcome of a free, fair, credible election. And we are appealing for NWC and His Excellency to work with whoever emerges out of today's gallant democratic process, because the President himself, the NWC, are all true Democrats.
Absolutely. It's important to state that. And quickly, just a quick update. We hear that voting has commenced at the Red Chamber, and the process is a secret ballot. And for the House of Reps, roll call has gone on, and we will definitely be bringing you details as they emerge. But let me come to you now, Adamu Garba, with regards to the House of Reps. We know the vibrancy one is expecting with regards to the different parties represented at the House of Representatives. So what are you expecting with regards to that?
Yes, I think one of the good things that I saw so far is that our democracy have matured so much to the point that after election, every elected member is looking forward to governance. And that is why you see rapid coalition between the opposition parties and the winning party coming together. In fact, I think most of the opposition parties have endorsed the candidates of the APC. They are not looking at the party lines that we are used to, where we have to do some agitations and protests to just demonstrate that we are opposition. No, they are all looking at what we can do to unite this country. How can we govern efficiently, effectively, to deliver public service, as opposed to the way we are accustomed to in the country. So it shows that Nigeria's democracy has matured. Like, for instance, in the Senate, when we were moving around, most of the opposition senators from SDP, from NNPP, from Labour Party, all of them are supporting us. They are moving with us. ABGA, all of them are with us. You know, again, when you come back to the House of Representatives, the same thing. Nobody is thinking about, since we are an opposition, we have to draw a line. Everyone is thinking about building bridges. No walls are erected until the governance is started, and some misunderstandings that maybe some of them may disagree with will arise. Maybe that's why they will show. But now it is clear that everyone is trying to queue up behind a unified front. We know the pains of Nigerians. We were divided. We have a lot of challenges of poverty, of lack of infrastructure, of disease, of health challenges, of education, of transportation infrastructure, of energy. We have so much challenges that's supposed to be our opposition. Our opposition is supposed to be the problems of the country and how we can solve it, not fighting one another for personal interest or for party interest. So, and that is exactly the demonstration that we are seeing with this, our distinguished members of the senators and also distinguished, bright honorable members of the House of Representatives. It's clearly showing that everyone understood that there is need for us to confront the true opposition to Nigeria. The true opposition is the poverty. We have 133 million Nigerians that are within the multidimensional poverty. How do you solve this problem? And I like the fact that the president-elect during his June 12th speech mentioned clearly that some of these poverties are actually man-made. How do we eliminate them? How are we going to remove fuel subsidies so that there can be more resources that can be distributed through building infrastructure and providing public services that will benefit all Nigerians? How do we ensure that we stabilize our exchange regime to encourage investor confidence in Nigeria so that more FDI, foreign direct investment, can come in, more factories can be set up, and more jobs can be created? How do we ensure that our students are properly educated? Why can't we support them? And a bill was passed just yesterday, was signed into law by the president about student loan, enabling ordinary poor students that have no opportunity to fund their education to be able to access funding for that education. This is what Nigerians need. They don't need any rancor. They don't need any disagreement on the part of their leaders. They voted these leaders to go to the offices and deliver public good for them. They don't expect them to come to the center and do opposition and do we not agree and do some challenge, create problems and friction within the system. And that is the demonstration we are seeing from the opposition. I think all Nigerians should celebrate the maturity of our democracy. That we are all coming together, that we are all uniting together, that we are all looking at governance as the problem of the country, as our main opposition, as opposed to building a wall and a kind of opposition between us simply because we come from different parties. We are all Nigerians. We are all supposed to work for Nigeria. Wherever road is built that is good, or rail is constructed, or better airport is built, or energy infrastructure to supply electricity is done, it doesn't go to a PDP house or APC house or Labour Party or ABGA or any of those houses. It goes to Nigerian houses. And that is the demonstration we are seeing. I think we should sustain this momentum. If we do that for the next 4 years, I think Nigeria is going to be one of the top 10 countries in the world. Top 10 countries. Because the speed with which we take up this government, it is in our interest to continue to back this government, to support the Tinubu administration so that we can deliver exceedingly and excellently to even the jealous of our opposition from outside the country.
All right. We understand voting is underway at the Senate right now. The 109 members elect of the Senate are currently present, and the voting has commenced there. And in the Green Chamber of the House of Representatives, the roll call is still ongoing because there are 360 members elect of the House of Representatives, and that is ongoing. I will certainly bring you up to speed with that. And the voting for the leadership of the Senate is between Godswill Akpabio as well as Abdulaziz Yari. And they are the two candidates right now. We'll bring you up to speed with that. At the moment the voting is ended and all of that, the clerk of the House is expected to make a proclamation for this first session of the Senate, and then it goes on that way.
All right. We need to quickly go on a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates with regards to the 10th National Assembly inauguration and election of key officers.
New beginnings are always colorful. When we celebrate the start of life's journey, we marry in colors. With our proudly Nigerian Dulux paints, now available in any color. Express your world however you want it. Visit a Dulux color center to get any color instantly.
Dulux, let's color.
Every morning is an opportunity to take your hustle to the next level. Every morning is one day closer to your ambition. So, make every morning count. Cup after cup, morning after morning. Start strong, finish strong. Nescafe.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Every week, Green Angle, in partnership with Wild Aid, will bring you a documentary series on environmental issues affecting Nigeria's amazing biodiversity, from climate change, air pollution, and wildlife conservation. We will be traveling across Nigeria to give you on-the-ground report of the issues affecting our environment. It airs every Saturday at 4:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
There is always more to a story than the scrimmage line. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking.
Thank you for staying with us. We are still bringing you details with regards to the 10th National Assembly's inauguration and also the election of key officers at both the Senate and the House of Reps. Earlier, we told you that the roll call for the 109 senators had taken place and that election had begun. We hear that voting process is by secret ballot voting, and for the House of Reps, we hear that the roll call is still ongoing for the 360 members elect, and the clerk was speaking earlier with regards to that, and we definitely be bringing you information as they unfold from the Green Chamber as well as the Red Chamber. And we still have our guests in the Abuja studio. We have a spokesperson, Women for Yari Movement, and former delegate 2014 Constitutional Conference, Comrade Safiya Ibrahim Ogo. And we also have via Zoom a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, Adamu Garba, who have been speaking with us with regards to issues that have been coming up with regards to this inauguration that is happening today. Let me come to you, Comrade Ogo. A lot of persons have been talking about the fact that this president is, when it comes to the matter of women, he has always been at the forefront of championing women inclusion, especially in governance and issues relating to women. We know that there are other key positions with regards to the National Assembly. What are you looking forward to, not just at the National Assembly, but also with regards to this government? We have been talking about 35% affirmative action, and successive government have not been able to meet up with that. What are you looking forward to with regards to this?
I would like to say on behalf of the Women for Yari movement that our movement is a movement of women of colors, irrespective of party affiliation, that believe in the renewed hope of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because he was one of the first governors in the Southwest, Lagos State in particular, to take in a female deputy governor in person of Bokno Akinrele. That was a victory for Nigerian women. We recall again how Fashola, under his watch, also took a woman vice deputy governor. If you listen carefully, Nigerian women have been attentive to his inaugural speech. He said this government of renewed hope is for Nigerian women and the youth. We are very, very excited. We are watching with eagle eyes. We are watching with keen interest the nominations, appointive positions that His Excellency will be making in very recent days to come, where we'll be seeing women of competence, women of colors, women of experience, women who have been yearning, crying in the 9th Assembly for the signing of the 35% affirmative action that was thrown. We believe that this 10th Assembly will be for the plight of an average Nigerian woman. We believe that the 10th Assembly is not going to be an assembly against the Nigerian women. On this note, I would like to pause to thank our leaders who have been championing this cause, in person of Dame Pauline Talent, the immediate past Distinguished Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, who has championed the bill to the 10th Assembly. We would like to thank Senator Olujimi. We would like to thank the former President of the National Council for Women's Society, Dr. Gloria Laraba Shoda. We will thank the incumbent President, Hajia Lami Lau. We will thank Hajia Josephine Iyom. We will thank other leaders like Dr. Hajo Sani, Her Excellency, the immediate past First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Hajia Aisha Muhammadu Buhari. We are thanking distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who was in the 9th Assembly, who stood under the sun, under the moon, under the star, with Nigerian women agitating for the 35% affirmative action. Again, Nigeria was a signatory to the UN agreement for Nigeria to take up the 35%. The problem is the domestication and the action. And this will be taken to the 10th Assembly because we need legislature. And that is why we are yearning and calling on distinguished Senator Abdulaziz Yari, who has always keyed into women's agenda as a he for she, championing our cause, who has mobilized women of colors across board to go and support His Excellency in the 2023 election for us to ensure that this 10th Assembly will be a win-win for Nigerian women. On this note, we would like to thank the media houses for their advocacy, for the voice given to Nigerian women. But we say that the representation of the women in the 10th Assembly is a low voice. We are appealing that they can still create special seats by His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because the President remains a he for she in his antecedent. He remains a he for she in his inaugural speech. Again, in his democratic speech, he said people should be patient. People should guide this democracy. It is quantum of women that trooped out to all the polling units to vote for Asiwaju's victory. Hence, we are still excited, waiting patiently for our women to be appointed. We have seen a robust SGF. We have seen a robust Chief of Staff. We are, at this moment, waiting for the National Assembly, both the upper and the lower house. You will agree with me that all the nominees, all the ones sworn in, are all men. We are yet to see list of women being announced so that Nigerian women would troop to the streets to celebrate our champion, our hero, the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As a student of the School of Thought of Leila Dogonyaro and Gambo Sawaba of blessed memory, the Jami'a Matan Arewa is also watching with keen interest. The National Council for Women's Society is also waiting and watching with keen interest. Women for Politics, women in politics have also voiced out a few days ago Women for Yari remains one of the foremost voice, pleading, appealing for a robust 35% affirmative action in this renewed hope.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, comrade. It's good that you have given us a roll call of persons who are working hard to push the knowledge and the opportunity for women. And of course, we all as media will also stand by that as well, giving opportunity to all as it comes. We understand that the governors of Kogi State, Ekiti State, Ogun State, Oyo State, as well as Lagos State are also present at the floor of the Red Chamber to monitor or witness what is going on there, the process as a way of supporting or lending support to the process there as well. There are other dignitaries that are present there. However, we still have our guest, Adamu Garba, with us here. Now, Adamu, let's talk about the issue of the reaction from some people who feel that the party has come up with a position. However, there are groups that feel that the affair of the National Assembly should be left to the National Assembly. The idea of suggesting or anointing or coming up with someone or zoning, as the case may be, could lead to or be interpreted to be an imposition of a candidate. Do you see it that way?
Yes, Mike, you see, any house that have no order will have a disorder. And a situation whereby Nigerians in millions troops to the polling booths to vote for their candidates of choice.
We're losing your audio a little bit. Are you there?
From the presidency to the National Assembly to the State of Act. And when leaders are acting, they must do everything possible to avoid ambiguity. Once you allow ambiguity to take place in your appointment or your nominations, you are setting up a bad precedent that may be chaotic, that might find it very difficult for you to continue to will the system of your leadership. So the best solution is for leaders to come on board to demonstrate leadership. And that is why I believe the leadership of our party and the leadership of our country, which is our president, decided to allow this zoning to be done efficiently, not just to a particular zone, but to individuals so that there can be no ambiguity. I'm telling you, supporting this zone was left open. Today we will not have a 2 contest or 2 horse race. We may have maybe like 5 people aspiring for the position of the Senate President and so many more for the position of Speaker of House of Representatives. But because ambiguity was minimized, it is less rancorous and much more easier to fine-tune who is going with us and who is not going with us, so that we can rally our support base behind those that are going with us and also try to accommodate those that are not going with us after they lost. So as simple as that. So to avoid ambiguity is actually one of the best practices that we should do, and I believe the leadership have done the right thing for doing that.
Right. As we can see on the screen, voting is still ongoing at the Red Chamber. And we had told you earlier as well that the roll call at the House of Representatives is still ongoing. And we want to believe that they will be inching close to wrapping things up now. Let me stay with you, Adamu Garba. Their expectations, Nigerians have expectations with regards to this 10th National Assembly. Expectations are really high with regards to that. We have seen that there's so much intensity and so much tension with regards to this inauguration today. Some have also questioned why that is happening. But how do you think that the 10th National Assembly should move learning from what has happened with previous National Assembly, talking about the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, what should the 10th Assembly do differently such that Nigerians will feel carried along?
The 10th Assembly should understand that we are like in a position of like national emergency. You know how the last politics was very divisive. It is important for all of them to come together and show leadership. And not just being divisive, but we know how Nigerians are demanding for public services, critically understanding everything. There was a time in the history of this country when people don't even understand something called subsidy exists. They were just told whatever it is that is given to them, they just accept it. But we have pushed to the point whereby transparency has become the norm. Nearly every person in the street, no matter how deep they are in the village, provided they have access to information, they understood what the concept of subsidy is. And that is why when it was removed, the entire organized labor and the generality of the public are wholesomely in support of the removal. Unlike before, that if it is removed, you see the whole country will just come on the street to be rioting. So this shows that there is high level of awareness about what Nigerians are expecting from their leaders, and that they will be held accountable very swiftly if they fail to deliver. So a situation whereby we have a case of national emergency for delivery, and we have the president that is ready to commit time, effort, and energy to drive this national emergency of delivery, it is important for the entire National Assembly structure to work in tandem, in harmony, in sync with the current executive government so that they can drive this National Assembly and they can drive the government program to earn the trust of the public, to rebuild confidence, rebuild unity, and continue to grow. So this National Assembly should not be the case where we have in 2015, 2019, where they earn their relevance by slowing down the successes of government. During Saraki Dogara period, it was a very tough moment that was not good for Nigeria, even though they are advancing their own personal interests. But there is a way it was packaged as though it is Nigerian interest. Denying a budget to be passed on time is not in Nigerian interest. It's actually in personal interest. Blocking some laws, some policies, some payments, some activities, some appropriation that is going to better the life of Nigerians is not in the interest of Nigerians. It is in the personal interest of those people doing that. So it is important that this National Assembly should learn from this mistake and see that Nigerians are waiting on the edge. If you don't do the right thing, if you don't give them what they want, if you don't support them to deliver the public good,
right? We're losing your audio, Adamu Garba. Okay, all right. We understand. So of course we have him back as we get along. We understand that voting has ended in the Senate, and the sorting of the votes is ongoing currently as we speak. And the counting has commenced. The counting of votes has commenced right now. Okay, I think Adamu Garba is back now.
So you can go ahead with your line of thought. All right. We'll definitely get across to Adamu Garba as soon as we are able to. But we need to quickly go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue our conversation here in the studio. To stay with us.
Every morning is an opportunity to take your hustle to the next level. Every morning is one day closer to your ambition. So, make every morning count. Cup after cup, morning after morning. Start strong, finish strong. Nescafe.
Life na highway, me I just stay for my lane.
goes to the born hustlers, to the intentional ones, to the tireless nourishers, to the odd defiers, to those who break through the limits, to those who always go for it.
Drink down or go for it.
Every healthy family needs the right amount of energy to start their day, but sourcing for breakfast with a splendid blend of nutritious multigrains, big wahala. With the new Kellogg's Go Grain cereal, you don't have to go through all of that. So now, your mornings can look like this.
Go, 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 go grains. Love the goodness of its multigrains. Grain sets go!
Also available in banana flavor.
Breakfast time is Kellogg's time.
Bye, Mom.
He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill.
And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win more trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with Germ Defense gives you protection. Raining season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's Germ Defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol sure.
This blessing be yours forever to keep a calm and peaceful sleep.
Removes mosquitoes so you can sleep a calm and peaceful sleep. Good night, Electric.
All right, thank you for staying with us. We are still following up with regards to the 10th National Assembly inauguration. We hear that voting has ended at the Senate. Sorting and counting has begun. With regards to the House of Reps, we are yet to get more details with regards to what is going on. But earlier we told you that the roll call had begun. Recall that there are about 360 members-elect from the House of Representatives, and we believe that very soon the roll call will be over and voting will begin. We still have our guests with us talking about, in our Abuja studio, we have spokesperson, Women for Yari Movement and former delegate 2014 Constitutional Conference, Comrade Sophia Ibrahim Ogo, as well as via Zoom, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, Adamu Garba. Glad to have you back, Adamu Garba. Earlier, you had a line of thought that would like for you to finish up on when you were talking about what this 10th Assembly should do differently, knowing the kind of situation we have in the country.
Yes, actually. You see, we have a kind of a case of national emergency, as I mentioned earlier. So it is very important for the 10th Assembly to understand the gravity of the situation we are in. It is not a situation that we can contain with our personal individual interests. It is a situation whereby until we come as a collective, we cannot fix it. Until we see positivity in the way public good is being delivered through the central administration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency, we are not going to get it right. So we should jettison all partisan aside and be patriotic. The fact that today they are illuminated in a hallowed chamber, it means they have responsibility first and foremost to Nigeria and Nigerian interests. And whatever the government at the center is doing that is for the benefit of Nigeria, they should work towards it. Time for politics is over. Times for leveraging on division and sentimental tendencies to be able to acquire political power is over. It is time for us to bring every single Nigerian on board so that there can be no rancor at all. And for them to do that, they must cooperate with the central government. They must cooperate with the executive to ensure that there is effective service delivery in line with the mandate that makes their own voters to vote them in the office. Now, a situation whereby any of these members fail to do so, they have been monitored, they have been understood, they have been tracked by their electorate, and it's not going to be good for them in the next election cycle. So we should be able to understand this. We should be able to understand that the best way is to cooperate, to deliver this public good, to ensure that Nigerians are not disappointed by their leaders. If you see what happened through the run of the last
let me
election,
quickly break into your line of thought, because we have information coming to us now. Says that Senator Godswill Akpabio is the winner right now with 55 votes out of 109 by the senators-elect. So he has emerged as the Senate President. That is what it means. That's the breaking news we have for you. Godswill Akpabio declared winner of the 10th Senate presidency. So he is the Senate President as elect as it is now. I wonder what your reaction is to this, Adamu Garba.
My reaction is just to go and start partying and be celebrating because I spent my last 2 months on this program. Nothing I do for the last 2 months. I wasn't going to my office. My family have been missing me. I was always all over from the secretariat to different campaign places. And suddenly we have won. So you can imagine the reaction. We have delivered for the government. We have delivered for the president. We have delivered for our party. We have delivered the new Senate president. This is very, 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 very exciting for me. I'm very, very happy. And
all right. The signal there. All right. You can see live visuals we're bringing to you there. The Senator Godswill Akpabio has emerged the Senate President-elect, waiting for the proper valedictory earlier on. Of course, we're going to bring you the total votes as they tallied in the process. But let's get the reaction of Comrade Safia Ibrahim Ogo on this. I wonder what you make of this development now, Comrade Ogo.
Well, the Women for Yari is a true democratic movement. It's a movement that believes in transparency. From the look of things, we are also saying that once a leader emerges, we will be supportive. We will support the leadership that emerges on this floor today by also bringing our agendas of women, the cries, the pain, the bills, and what we need. What we're looking for, the democracy, the essence of governance is to secure lives and property. The essence of governance for Women for Yari is to eliminate poverty, pains and hunger of an average child, the girl child, of an average mother, the plight of the Nigerian women. Democracy at this moment in the Senate Assembly should guarantee dividends of the people who are the stakeholders. Means more than an election of freedom of choice, which has displayed itself today under a democratic process. The right of the people to get into elective offices is not just enough, but that we will, inshallah, by the grace of God, be engaging them on an eyeball to eyeball, on a jaw, on a dialogue to ensure that the voices of Nigerian women who are low on the red chambers, that we will be coming from our table to table our own agenda to the 10th Assembly. We pray that this manifesto of Abubakar Abdulaziz Yari will also be entrenched into the new leadership, because all the distinguished senators have one thing in common, including the opposition. Elections are over. It's our duty to move Nigeria forward in supporting the leadership that has emerged today on the floor of the Senate under a free, fair, credible election to see where we can give a robust engagement to this 10th Assembly, because we're not looking forward to an Hallelujah Senate, but a Senate of a supremacy, a Senate of a qualitative leadership. On this note, we, the Women for Yari movement, will send in our own message of congratulations to the leadership who has emerged victoriously this afternoon on the floor of our own demand of a free, fair, credible election. Again, we'll be meeting with our principal,
the House of Reps.
Abdul Laziz Yari, the distinguished senator, former leader of Governors Forum, to work hand in hand with the emergence of God's will.
We need to quickly move to the House of Reps to get details of what is going on there. These are live visuals coming out of...
Who, of course, by providence of hard work and commitment, is a holder of a PhD from the respected Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, it is my singular honor to also give to my colleagues the assurance that the man I'm presenting today is someone who, by providence of hard work, commitment and experience, has the required cognate experience, legislative experience, and also the parliamentary experience to steer the ship of this hallowed chamber and preside effectively as the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you a man and a member-elect whom I believe, to the best of my knowledge, and of course by extension to the best of the knowledge of most of us here, is someone who is competent, is someone who is dependable and you can depend on him. He is someone who has the ability and all it takes to relate with other arms of government to move Nigeria forward. I would like to tell my colleagues that the man I'm presenting today, and by so doing making history along with my colleagues, is someone who has garnered to his credit significant sense of public and private sector experiences. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I rise to present to you a man, like I said, who I believe is creditably reliable, and by providence of his hard work, he has been able to take to his credit 78 legislative bills, out of which 20 bills have been accented by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The clerk of the National Assembly, a man of this repute, a man of this unparalleled record, is no other person than Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, member-elect. Member-elect for Zaria Federal Constituency in Kaduna State. The clerk of the National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, is one, like I said, that needs no further mention about his capacity and other things that we must all look up to for him to be the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. The CNA, my respected colleagues, I therefore stand before you humbly for and on behalf of the entire members of the 10th House of Representatives, inshallah, to therefore nominate Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas to run for the election of the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Mr. Clerk, honorable members, I therefore feel to say that I so nominate him And to Tajuddin, it's a call to duty. It's a call to nation service. I hope you will accept humbly my nomination to run for the speakership position of the 10th House of Representatives. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Members-elect, I forgot to guide the last speaker that he was supposed to speak for 5 minutes. So because we have to save time. Subsequent speakers, I want to advise that they should adhere to 5 minutes. Now, can I call for a seconder? Any seconder, please? Lloyd. Member-elects, Honorable Noli.
To the glory of God, my name is Honorable Nnolim Nnaji. I represent in Kano East and the West Federal Constituency. I'm from Enugu State. I rise to second the motion, to second the nomination, ably moved by Right Honorable Adodogowa for the following reasons. Having been in the House of Representatives for so many years, having been with members from 360 constituencies in Federal House of Representatives, he gave me an opportunity to interact, to discuss and associate with people from different religions, different...
With due respect, sir, you are just supposed to second the motion so that we can proceed.
Well,
can we have you on record to have seconded the motion, sir, so that we can proceed?
Well, I rise to second the nomination of Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, 10th Assembly. I so second.
Members-elect, it's my pleasure to now call on member-elect Honorable Abbas Tajuddin to tell us whether he accepts the nomination.
Right Honorable members, the CNA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I rise to humbly accept the nomination as led by TJ.
So that is fine. Any further nomination, please?
Unopposed.
No. Member-elects. Member-elect. What's his name? I'm coming. No, I want to recognize. Member-elect, you are recognized. You tell us your name. Thank you, the CNA, members-elect, invited guests, gentlemen of the press. My name is Honorable Tijani Kayode Ismail. I represent the good people of Ifelodu, Ofa, Oyun Federal Constituency. CNA, I'm from Kwara State. I stand before you today to present to you the man of integrity, the man of his word, the man who believes in leadership for excellence. The man who has held the House as the chairman of the Committee of Old. Permit me to humbly introduce to you today the first Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, the man who is a seasoned civil engineer. On this note, because of the time factor, I will humbly tell you today who Ahmed Idris Wase is. Ahmed Idris Wase was born in 1964 in Bashar district of Wase local government in Plateau State. Ahmed Idris Wase have presided over 16 bills that have been assented by the President, Muhammadu Buhari. I humbly present to you the Deputy Speaker of the past Assembly, 9th Assembly. With deep sincerity and commitment, this man have had in the past 20 years of his service in the National Assembly. I think he deserves to lead the 10th Assembly by the grace of God. I stand before you today. Ahmed Idris Wase is a man who fears Allah. He's a man that supported the cause of the party, APC, which every one of us in this chamber can testify to. Both the PDP, the APC, the SDP, the ADC, in the 9th Assembly, everybody can testify to what I'm saying today. I want to nominate Honorable Ahmed Idris Wase Majed to run for the position of Speakership of the 10th Assembly. I so nominate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we have a seconder?
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The CNN, my respected colleagues, members of the press, I remain Ari Mohammed Abdul Mumin. I represent good people of Nasarawa and Soto Federal Constituency from Nasarawa State, North Central. I stand before you to second the nomination of Right Honorable Idris Wase. Has been mentioned the good deeds, which is not going to be declared. It is certain to run as a Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives,
Thank you.
the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I, being nominated by my own colleagues, I so second in the name of Allah.
Thank you so much, sir. It's my pleasure to now call on member-elect Ahmed Idris Wase to now tell us whether he accepts the nomination.
Mr. Clerk of the National Assembly, Leadership Assembly, my respected colleagues, members-elect, members of the press, my name is Ahmed Idris, member-elect representing Wase by the grace of God, Wase Federal Constituency of Plateau State. Mr. Clerk, respected colleagues, I stand first to appreciate God Almighty for the journey so far He has put in my life and in our life, and to congratulate all of us that are here by the grace of God into this hallowed chamber. I want to appreciate that we are very few, 360 among or from the over 2 million Nigerians, 200 million Nigerians, to represent them and to act on their behalf. I want to thank God Almighty, and we should all appreciate Him. Colleagues,
all right, just to bring you up to speed with developments from the Red Chamber, that is Senator Godswill Akpabio, who has just taken his oath of office, and he is signing the dotted lines there. He has taken his oath of office, as we earlier pointed out. He won with 63 votes to defeat his closest rival, or his rival, Senator Abdulaziz Yari, who had 46 votes. Senator Godswill Akpabio has now, or is now, the elected president of the 10th Senate. And earlier we were bringing to you details of what is going on at the Green Chamber, talking about the House of Representatives. We saw that Ado Doguwa brought before or nominated Tajuddin Abbas, and he was seconded by Nolim Naji there, and Tajuddin Abbas also accepted that nomination. We will definitely switch over to the House of Representatives as events unfold. But now, Mike, we have seen the events unfold at the National Assembly, or the Senate, the Red Chamber. Godswill Akpabio still through with 63 votes. Recall that we had said that, talked about the anxiety, the intensity, the Titanic battle, as some papers put it across this morning. But at the end of the day, party supremacy obviously showed at the end of the day with regards to Senator Godswill Akpabio's emergence.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. If you see the numbers, 63 against 46, it tells you that it is still a narrow escape one way or the other, well, but it is emphatic. But the issue there is
above the 55 votes required.
Exactly. Yeah. But if you look at it, because for Yari, who knew that, okay, that's the Senate President sitting right there. The Senate President
with the mace.
Oh yeah, with the mace. It's quite symbolic for him to do that. It's an amazing thing, and this is just symbolic of the commencement of the
new era,
the 10th National Assembly. But certainly, the clerk is going to have a proclamation of the commencement after the entire process is concluded, and then it will be seen as the first session of the 10th Assembly. These are all symbolic, handshake there and all of that. And the Senator Godswill Akpabio sits down,
taking his seat.
Yeah, in his capacity as Senate President designate of the 10th National Assembly, where he has been declared winner, and where he has taken his oath of office, so he's no longer designated. He's now the Senate President.
Yes. Nigerians will be looking forward to hear from him.
Of course, he's going to send a message to Nigerians, but most importantly, because he is the chairman of the he's going to be the chairman of the National Assembly, because the Senate President is usually the chairman of the National Assembly. By the time the process concludes today, we expect that he will send a message to all members of the National Assembly, and we also expect congratulatory messages from the President.
Yes, there are those who have already begun.
Other party leaders.
Congratulating him. Those who are present to witness the event have already started congratulating him. And also recall that there's still also the position of the Deputy Senate President. That will be happening as soon as possible. We hear nominations might have even begun behind the scene, while all of the frenzy and all of the signings were going on earlier on with regards to Godswill Akpabio's emergence. We'll definitely be bringing you details as they happen from the Red Chamber. As we see, we are already getting some nominations. I guess that is what it is with regards to that for the role of the Deputy Senate President.
Exactly. And we told you earlier that we have the Kogi State Governor as well as Ogun, Ekiti, Oyo, Lagos governors all there present, witnessing what's going on. We also have chieftains of the APC there. The national chairman and the national secretary are all present. Some other leaders of the party at the proceedings there. Now we have 109 senators representing all senatorial districts across the country, and it is expected that a simple majority is usually what gives anyone who would emerge the Senate President just 55 votes. But Godswill Akpabio emerged with 63 votes, which is quite emphatic, which is really an emphatic statement there when it comes to the politics of it. And then Abdulaziz Yari scored 46 votes out of that number. And we hear that Abdulaziz Yari has gone ahead to congratulate him, Godswill Akpabio already. And it tells you that the character of it, the peaceful, the seamlessness, and the camaraderie goes a long way to tell that there's some level of maturity, there's some level of stability, and the concept of working together.
Absolutely. Recall, Mike, that leading up to this event today, the president had consulted with even the opposition parties. He had met with every single senator-elect with regards to today's inauguration, and all of that would have brought about the level of stability and peace that we record with this event happening today, unlike what we saw in 2015. And recall that this matter of tension here and there, the guests we have all had have always said that we recall that the president had been a senator, and his wife is also a senator, and that their experience will be brought to bear with regards to engaging these persons to ensure that they all have one voice with regards to the decisions brought together or put forward by the party. And that is what we see play out at the end of the day. Yes, everyone has a democratic right to say that I want to do my own thing. I have a right to say that I can be elected. But then again, we see the sportsmanship. Despite the fact that Abdulaziz Yari decided to say that he is not, towing the line of party supremacy, he decided to stand on his own. But then he went ahead to congratulate who emerged. At the end of the day, we still see that the party is still coming together in all of it. The party is not divided. The House is still united as it is. Yes. Let's quickly take a pause to hear what is coming out of the Red Chamber.
As the chairman, House Committee on Appropriations, as the chairman of the committee, initiated in the year 2000, the practice of providing opportunities for federal legislatures to nominate projects to be implemented in their constituency project in parentheses, in the federal government's annual budget. This practice has been accepted and is being adopted not only by the federal legislatures, but also the state legislators across the country. He was also a member of the House of Representatives Committee on Power, among other committees, during that period. He was appointed in year 2000 to serve as a member of a committee set up by former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo to review the Nigeria budgetary process. He served as the chairman of the Kano State Investment and Properties Limited, a company wholly owned by the Kano State government. He also served as a commissioner in the Kano State Executive Council during the second term of Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso's administration. On his return to electoral contest in 2015, Senator Barrow contested and won election to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representing his native Kano North Senatorial District under the platform of All Progressive Congress. He was appointed same year as the Vice Chairman Committee on Petroleum Resources Downstream of the Senate, and subsequently became the chairman of the same committee. In the latter year of 2016, he was reassigned to the Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions of State Funds as the chairman of the committee, a position he held till the end of the 80th National Assembly. He was re-elected to the Senate in 2019 and served as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation until the end of his tenure in the 9th Assembly last week. Notably, he was the secretary of the Northern Senators Forum from 2016 to 2021, when he resigned in order to concentrate more on his rigorous duty as the chairman Senate Committee on Appropriations. He received the award of the Northern Senator of the Year 2017 by the Nigeria Senate Press Corps. He also received in June this year the Budget Cycles Restoration Award by the same National Assembly Press Corps in recognition of the role he played to restore the Nigeria budget cycle from January to December of every year. He was bestowed with the National Award of the Commander of the Order of Niger by the former President Muhammad Buhari in the year 2022 in recognition of his sterling service to Nigeria. Mr. Senate President, the Clerk of the National Assembly, my distinguished colleagues, it is for these reasons and more that I, Engineer Wednesday David Umai, CON, Fellow of Nigeria Society of Engineers, FLAT, do urge us, as I have urged myself, to support this national unity and stability for Nigeria's motion for the nomination that distinguished Senator Jibrin Barau, CON, do take the chair of the Senate as the Deputy President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the benefit of Nigeria and Nigerians. I do move.
Any seconder? Senator-elect.
Distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Godswill Akpobia, Senate President of the 10th Senate, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and distinguished Senators-elect, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Senator-elect Senator Dave Umahi that Senator Jibrin Barau be given the opportunity to take the seat of the Deputy Senate President. I so move. I so second, and my names are Senator-elect Saliu Mustafa, representing Kwara Central.
Distinguished Senator-elect Barau.
Mr. President, my distinguished Senators-elect, my name is Barau I. Jibrin, the Senator-elect representing Kano North, Senatorial Zone. Mr. President, I stand to accept the nomination, the motion for nomination as moved by Senator-elect David Umahi, that I should take the Senate chair to add or to be the Deputy President of the Senate of the 10th Senate. Mr. President, I so accept. Thank you.
Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? In the absence of further nomination, I declare the nomination. So, President.
The new Deputy President of the 10th Senate has emerged. Senator Jibrin Barau has emerged the Deputy President of the 10th Senate. Well, in his case, there was no any other nomination to contest with him, and therefore, Clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Tambawal, announced Deputy President of the 10th Senate.
Okay, it's allowed. I'm single and safe. I like to say you do
If the governors are holding the governors.
All right, just a quick update out of the Red Chamber. Senator-elect David Umahi had nominated Senator-elect Barau Jibrin for Deputy Senate President, which was seconded by Senator-elect Saliu Mustafa, and Senator-elect Jibrin Barau accepted the nomination. Well, obviously, it appeared that Senator-elect Jibrin Barau was unopposed with regards to that nomination. And so it is that there is no election for Deputy Senate President, as Senator-elect Jibrin Barau is the only nomination out of the mic.
Well, it's quite interesting. The idea there is, at the moment, the person you're supposed to stand with, you were supposed to deputize someone, has lost the election and has congratulated the opponent, then it wouldn't even make sense for the deputy of Abdulaziz Yari to go ahead and want to stand in the election. So it is expected, the outcome in this regard. Of course, he still had the right, if he wanted to still contest the deputy Senate President, but it is only normal and only just natural for you to say, okay, let's see in the place of peace, in the place of seamlessness and the camaraderie and all of that, let me step down. So that's why Senator Jibrin Barau has emerged unopposed, which is quite interesting. He also tells you that it gives a picture of the kind of Senate that we might be looking forward to, where senators are going to work together, irrespective of even the political party, because members of the opposition party also voted in this process.
Absolutely.
And of course, they have the right to also vote either side. But with this now, it tells you that there is a voting and acceptance across party lines, and everyone, the seamlessness by which this is emerging is also a pointer and it's indicative of the fact that our democracy is maturing by the day. The National Assembly is also maturing and getting its foot. So that is what we're looking forward to. We're going to see some level of mature engagement. And robust proceedings and deliberations in the next 10th Assembly.
Right. That's him taking his oath of office with the clerk of the National Assembly.
Honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules full strength and always in the interest of sovereignty and integrity, solidarity, well-being, prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That our strive to preserve by the letter of justice, then once and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic and that
All right, that is the Jibrin Barau taking his oath of office, like we told you earlier. He emerged unopposed and now taking his oath of office. Obviously, the key officers for the Senate has emerged, and every other office should emerge seamlessly. For when we talk about principal officers, there are other positions that, talking about majority leader, deputy majority leader, minority leader, all of that, chief whip and minority chief whip, deputy minority whip, and all of it. So all of that, this has set a precedence to ensure that every other positions emerge seamlessly at the end of the day.
Yeah, the moment the leadership of the Senate has emerged, every other office will fall in line, and there won't be much debate and contest or contestation for the other offices again, because the most contention is the president of the Senate and the deputy. They have emerged now, so that's how it is. We expect the same thing in the House of Representatives.
Yes,
right? And if the House of Representatives has a different character, it won't also be surprising, because they are more in number. We have more interest when it comes to political parties in the House of Representatives. They are younger, also by age.
But they've been able to galvanize the interest.
Yes, of course.
As one.
Yes, exactly.
To an extent.
To a great extent, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So the issue there is we also expect this kind of seamlessness.
Right.
But I'm saying that if it takes a little dimension with a little, controversy here and there, I won't be too surprised. That's what I'm saying. But we look forward to seeing a seamless run, just as we had in the Senate, which is quite interesting. Now, it seems senators and former senators have, National Assembly members have really shown prominence in this government. You were mentioning earlier, the president was one time a senator.
Yeah,
his wife was a senator, and the vice president also was a senator. The chief of staff was Speaker House of Representatives. The SGF was the senator. So he seems.
So all of that experience,
exactly,
obviously came to play.
They all certainly will play roles regarding, reaching out to their colleagues and former colleagues and so on. And usually when they speak that language, there's that camaraderie. Recall that there was a period of time where governors and former governors were the ones holding sway in that regard, where we had former governors. So when they also meet at that level, there's a way they engage each other.
We hear our guests are still with us, and it's interesting to see that you have been watching this and waiting with us all the while. Thank you so much for sticking with us to ensure that we bring all the details out of the Senate with regards to this election of the principal officers, talking about the Senate President as well as the Deputy Senate President. So let me come to you, Adamu Garba. You have seen how seamlessly, one will say, this event turned out, because leading up to today, a lot of persons were looking forward to tensions and all of it, talking about the Titanic battle. But at the end of the day, we didn't see all of that happen. What would you say was at the heart of all that transpired at the Senate today?
I think it's a demonstration of leadership at its highest level. And the leadership that believes in consultation, that believes in collaboration, that believes in bringing everybody on board. And that consultation actually took place behind the scenes, a whole lot of it. I told you I was part of the stability group from the beginning of this movement and till this very moment. And that we have done so many things behind the scenes, so many kind of consultations. Yes, as at yesterday, the tension was still very high. Even as at this morning, the tension was still very, very high because, you know, this is election where you have choices. So we couldn't actually predict the outcome, but we hope for the best. But we've done our best by doing a lot of consultation. But we have leadership of the president. The president, who is an astute and substantive Democrat, who believes that everyone can be on board provided consulted and also their collaboration is sought after. And that is what demonstrated itself there. And of course, distinguished Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Godswill Akpabio, and his deputy, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin, were not lazy at all. They were all, in fact, sometimes you wonder whether they sleep. Day and night, in and out, we are all moving from one place to the other, trying to make sure that everyone see the reason why this day should happen. And I think we should congratulate all ourselves, Nigerians, that we have finest leaders that are produced in this country that are ready to do the right thing for the right people of Nigerians. In fact, as you rightly mentioned in your analysis, we have the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a former governor and a former senator. His wife, the same thing, former senator. His chief of staff was an astute legislative member of the House of Representatives. The Senate president was also a former governor and now a Senate president. The vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, also a former governor and currently the vice president, while he was a former senator. The deputy Senate president was an astute veteran of the National Assembly. He was in the House of Reps, and then he is in the Senate now, and now the deputy Senate president. I think Nigeria's democracy has so matured. And I want to commend the effort of distinguished Senator Yari for working up to his Senate president, submitting his allegiance, and congratulating him. This is the hallmark of maturity of our democracy. We should celebrate this. And I'm sure that the 46 senators that voted against Akpabio Barrow ticket are also part of the family. Because distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, knows his job. That his job is principally to provide national stability, to bring everybody on board, to show them that we can work together. I'm telling you, from now on, henceforth, we are going to have a unified Senate. A Senate that will reflect the true yearnings of Nigerians, and the Senate that will be ready to work in tandem, in collaboration, in synchronization, in complementation with the executive, to be able to drive the government programs that will impact possibly on the life of each and every Nigerian. Today is a celebration of democracy for all Nigerians, and each Nigerian.
Right.
We're losing your audio there. Okay. Let's bring Comrade Safia Ibrahim Ogo in here. Now, you have seen, okay, we understand Adamu Garba is back.
Yes, yes. So you see, so very efficient system, very organized government, and very effective leadership of the Tinubu administration. President Bola Tinubu means business. And for this particular endorsement, he meant business. And for the senators to endorse and support his candidate, it means that the senators also means business. I am sure the outcome of the House of Representatives, hopefully, it's also going to be positive, that will show that the legislative arm of government also means business. What is remaining is Nigerians. Are we also meaning business? Can we come and rally?
Okay. Right, we're losing audio there, but it's okay. Even if you can hear me, let me put you on hold a little bit. The total roll call, recall that there was a roll call in the House of Representatives earlier on, and they are meant to be 360 members, but because of the death of one of the member-elect, Ismaila Miyanchi, we have a total of 359 members or members-elect of the House of Representatives. All right. Now, let me come to you, Comrade Safia Ibrahim Ogo. Thank you very much for staying with us, really. Now, with what's going on now, your principal has congratulated the president of the Senate, who has emerged, and it tells you the maturity, the robustness of the 10th Assembly as Nigerians are looking forward to. But what kind of engagement are you looking forward to between the legislature, on one as an arm of government, and the executive as the other arm of government?
First of all, before I say anything, we would like, on behalf of the Women for Yari movement, to join our principal, distinguished Senator Abdulaziz Yari, in joining hands to congratulate the President of the 10th Senate, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, for this victory. We would like to congratulate even Senator Yari for a robust contest in a spirit of sportsmanship, that you will see that the result was keenly contested with a very low difference. And yet, the deputy was unopposed. It shows the oneness in the 10th Assembly. Hence, the Women for Yari movement is also congratulating His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for that body language that we're yearning for that free, fair, open contest, allowing all the positive democratic interplay on the floor of the Senate. It shows the leadership emerge from a very credible, open contestation where our doubts are being cleared. It shows that this is a litmus test for Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the genesis of his administration, henceforth, towards even off-season elections, towards 2017. It means Nigeria is on the track, getting it right on a democratic process. Hence, we also want to thank Her Excellency, the wife of the President, the First Lady, for being a ranking senator who understands that democracy has come to stay. This has played itself on the floor of the Senate. We would like to thank all the 109 distinguished senators who have displayed statesmanship in leadership selection, leadership recruitment. Congratulations to His Excellency Distinguished Senate President of the 10th Assembly, Chief Godswill Akpabio. The Women for Yari, what we're looking for is that the President is a man, the Vice President is a man, the leader, the President and Chairman of the Senate is a man, the Deputy, that is the Senate President, is a man. As we speak, the speakership election is ongoing. With or without, we can predict it, that is also going to be a man. The legislature, the executive, the judiciary is being mounted by men of competency, men of timber and caliber. Again, we would like to pause to remind His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of his promise that Nigerian women will be on board. We are waiting with keen interest to see women on appointed position, credible women of substance, women of experience, women who are ready, willing, able to move Nigeria and the 10th Assembly. Again, we shall streamline the agenda of the bills for the gender bill to the 10th Assembly. This time around, we're going to be coming with advocacy. We will be coming with a high level of lobbying. We will be streamlining all our agendas to meet up and to rekindle the renewed hope agenda. We are going to bridge it into the renewed hope agenda to keep renewing the hope of an average Nigerian woman. Because Mr. President remains a champion, a he for she, that has a track record, a trailblazer. Even the new elected president of the distinguished Senate has severally bagged Nobel Excellence Award by Nigerian women as a he for she. Nigerian women will be trooping into the Third Assembly on a negotiating table with quantum numbers of demands because we have very low voices. But one of the demands Nigerian women will be asking for to prepare the minds of the 109 distinguished senators is to create special seats for Nigerian women across the board, just like His Excellency Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, did in ensuring that all the local government within Kogi State had female vice chairman of the local government. He ensured at every ward leader, women were leaders at the ward level, including even his ADC. He is the only governor among the 36 governors that has a female competent ADC. So we're also calling on Yahaya Bello, who is an ambassador, a goodwill ambassador of Nigerian women, to also help Nigerian women to have a robust engagement into the 10th Assembly with the personality of the President of the Senate, in person of distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, the winner of the 10th democratically, keenly contested 10th Assembly, being the 13th day of the month of June in the National Assembly. The Nigerian women are
Right. We need to quickly follow up on what is going on at the Red Chamber. We hear the process has been concluded, and the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, will be very soon swearing in senators-elect. And we saw earlier some persons coming to congratulate the Senate President. We had seen Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma. We also saw the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Samuel Ortom. We have seen Governor of Kwara State, Governor of Ogun State, and some other governors, dignitaries, political party stalwarts, talking about the APC party stalwart, and some other persons come up to, congratulate the President of the Senate there. Of course, we'll be seeing more of that as we get along, because he just...
The SGF is George Akume.
George Akume, I said Samuel Ortom. George Akume, right. And just apologies for that mix-up, yes. So we have seen a lot of dignitaries come up to congratulate the President of the Senate. We'll also be turning our attention very soon to the House of Representatives, where we are getting reports that the process is almost concluded. We hear that Tajuddin Abbas is seemingly coasting home to victory as it is. We can't conclude because we do not have the figures yet, but the votes are still being counted. So we'll definitely be getting details from our correspondent, who is there to bring us up to speed with regards to how events are unfolding at the Green Chamber.
It's quite interesting. As it is now, all members of the Senate chamber, or the upper chamber, are going to congratulate the Senate President. This is symbolic of their paying homage and pledging their loyalty to the new President of the Senate. And shortly after this process, it is expected that he will be inaugurating the 10th Senate, which will commence which will be the commencement of the 10th Senate formally. And after that process, then there will be a recess, for everybody to go back. There'll be jubilation, there'll be partying, celebration, and all of that. And
typical Nigerian style.
Yeah, of course, it's the Nigerian style. And then after that will be dates will be fixed for the Senate to commence proper. And then we expect the same thing to happen at the House of Representatives when the voting process is concluded, with the new Speaker and the Deputy Speaker taking oath of office and so on. And that's where the new Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, is addressing his colleagues right now. Well, while we expect that to come on, if you see the breakdown of the senators from the various geopolitical zones, I have a breakdown here. From the southwest, we have 18 senators and 71 House of Rep members. From the southeast, we have 15 senators and 43 House of Rep members. From the south-south, we have 18 senators and 55 House of Rep members. From the north central, we have 19 senators and 51 House of Rep members. In the northwest, we have 21 senators and 92 House of Representatives members. And from the northeast, we have 18 senators and 48 members of the House of Representatives. That's the breakdown from the various geopolitical zones of the country. The idea there is all states, irrespective of how large you are,
or how little,
how little or how large, you could be as large as Niger State or you could be as little as Bayelsa State, but they're all entitled to have 3 senators each.
Representatives.
Exactly. But when it comes to the House of Representatives, the dynamics are not the same. Different things are considered when it comes to the number of local governments and even the population there and so on. So that's why you have members of House of Representatives are different from state to state. But for the senators, their numbers are the same, are fixed for every state. Yeah.
And we can see the visuals from the Green Chamber. We hear the clerk of the National Assembly has moved to the House of Representatives to perhaps look into what is going on with regards to the voting process. And then whoever emerges at the end of the day will be able to take their oath of office when the whole process is done and dusted. We'll definitely be bringing you details of how things unfold with regards to the voting. So there, we also see that some persons at the Red Chamber are also taking their oath as it stands. I guess those are principal officers from the Red Chamber taking their oath of office as well, as it is. And that is the Senate President in charge of that. And he is to inaugurate these persons, as we earlier told you, bringing you updates out of the Red Chamber there.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Oath of a member of the National Assembly. I do solemnly swear/affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the Senate, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law.
Shiroma Mohammed Garuba.
My vote goes for Tajuddin Abbas.
Mohammed Garuba Ibrahim.
For and on behalf of people Gwale Federal Constituency, I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Mwazu Abdullahi Gwazu. Koki El Ibrahim.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Sani Abdullahi Rogo. Dankawu Idris.
This is the live transmission of the election of the 10th National Assembly. We've just concluded the one of the upper legislative chamber, that's the Senate. And the Senate has new principal officers, and the former minister of Niger Delta, that's Senator Godswill Akpabio, emerged as the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And his emergence, he had 63 votes to emerge out of 109 senators. Now we are now at the lower legislative chamber, that is the House of Representatives. And you know, when it comes to the lower legislative chamber, we are expecting something different. That 360 in all, and state by state for the Senate, that's 3 senatorial districts across 36 states. That is straightforward. So at the end of the day, they got 109. But for the House of Representatives, it's a little bit complex. I can give you from Abia State. In Abia State, there are 8 representatives from Abia State. In Adamawa State, there are 8 representatives from Adamawa State. In Akwa Ibom State, there are 10 representatives from Akwa Ibom State. From Anambra State, there are 11 representatives. From Bauchi State, there are 12 representatives. From Bayelsa State, South Nigeria, there are 5 representatives from there. From Benue State, North Central Nigeria, they have 11 representatives. From Borno State, we have 10 representatives. From Cross River State, South Nigeria, we have 8 representatives. From Delta State, we have 10 representatives. From Ebonyi State, the southeastern part of Nigeria, we have 6 representatives. From Edo State, we have 9. Ekiti, 6. Enugu, 8. Gombe, 6. Imo State, 10. Jigawa, 11. Kaduna State, 16. Kano State, 24. Kano State is one of the highest. Katsina State, 15. Kebbi State, 8. Kogi State, 9. Kwara State, 6. And Lagos State. Lagos and Kano State, they're having 24-24. Nasarawa State, 5. Niger State, 10. Ogun State, 9. Ondo State, 9. Osun State, 9. Oyo State, 14. Plateau State, 8. River State, 13. Sokoto State, 11. Taraba State, 6. Yobe State, 6. And Zamfara State, 7. And we have 2 representatives from the Federal Capital Territory. That is in all 360. 360, that's what we have here. And for the 360, we have 3 contestants, and voting is ongoing, and we have them spread across the 2 chambers in the House of Representatives. This is the live transmission of the election of the leadership into the 10th National Assembly. We've done that of the Senate, and Senator Godswill Akpabio is now the senator Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we are waiting anxiously for the House of Representatives. While we're waiting, I'd like to take you back to the history of the leadership of the House of Representatives. In the 1st of October 1979 to the 1st of October 1983, we had Right Honorable Edwin Ume Ezeoke as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And in October 1st, 1983 to December 3rd, 1983, we had Benjamin Chacha as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. From November 1992, after the military interregnum, to 17th of November 1993, we have Agungwa Anekwe as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. When the Fifth Republic kicked off in 1999, on the 3rd of June 1999 to July 23, 1999, that same year, we had Right Honorable Salisu Buhari. If you remember the Buhari saga, right on the Certificate saga, the first rock in 1999. He was from the People's Democratic Party. And in July 23, 1999, succeeding Salisu Buhari is Umar Gali Naba of the People's Democratic Party. From 1999 to 2003, he was from the People's Democratic Party. And on the 3rd of June 2003 to the 6th of June 2007, 4 years down the line, we had Right Honorable Aminu Bello Masari, the former governor of Katsina State of the People's Democratic Party, then now of the All Progressive Congress. Then we had a short stay by the first female speaker, Right Honorable Patricia Ete, from the 6th of June 2007 to the 30th of October 2007. She's of the People's Democratic Party. And we move down the line for the 1st of November 2007 to the 6th of November 2011. We had Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole from Abeokuta Central, that's Ogun State. Dimeji Bankole was the Speaker of this House.
Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you, sir. Ahmed Aliyu Abdullahi.
I rise to God Prince Tajuddin Abbas.
Member-elect Sani Lawal.
I said Dimeji Bankole from the 1st of November 2007 to the 6th of June 2011. And we had our Right Honorable Aminu Tambuwal from the 6th of June 2011 to 29th of May 2015 of the People's Democratic Party. And from the 9th of June 2015 to the 9th of June 2019, we had Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara as the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the All Progressive Congress. So it's still proceeding here at the 10th National Assembly, and we continue with the leadership of the House of Representatives from 1999 till this. Let me hand over to Mike in Lagos.
All right, you're watching live visuals from the Green Chamber, where the voting for the next Speaker of the House of Representatives is ongoing. And the House of Representatives have decided to use the voice vote system, while the Senate earlier used the secret ballot system. The voice vote has been used for the House of Representatives, and that process is ongoing. Meanwhile, in the Senate, all senators are taking their oath of office right now. They're being sworn in into being substantive senators, where we won't be calling them senators-elect anymore. From today on, and after this process, they become senators full-time, and that's the process that is ongoing. You can see them, they've been coming line, row by row, taking their oath of office. Okay. Now, we still have our guests joining us, Adamu Garuba, as well as Comrade Safia Ibrahim Ogo. I must thank you for your time. Now, Adamu, let me have a feel of the nature of celebration that will be going on today. Because when you leave here, I know that you mentioned it earlier, but I know that there's going to be lots and lots of celebration. Give us an idea of what that's going to look like.
In fact, I think almost all the senators that are within the stability group have one celebration or the other in their personal capacities to celebrate with their constituencies, and collectively we are also coming together, to celebrate. So there are so many celebrations all over, left, right, and center, north, east, west, and south, But most importantly, we should all celebrate in Nigeria and also tighten our boots that there is a government that is very ready to actually deliver its own promises, very much ready, and that Nigerians need to all tighten up their boots and see what we can do within our limited capacity to support the programs of government when they come, and try to see it in a more positive light, as I keep saying. And that one excellent thing that I see is of course, the election of the Deputy Senate President. He went unopposed. 109 senators voted for Barau Jibril out of 109 senators. This is very fantastic demonstration of solidarity. So I think Nigerians need to celebrate, all of us. We will continue to, of course, support the government as much as we can. But I'm sure from now on, where I'm heading to is going to be celebration. I'm sure my office is going to be filled up. We'll start our own mini celebration before, the proceedings from National Assembly is over and all of them dispersed. Then we begin to go to different places like distinguished Senator that's Solomon Adeola Olamilekon of Ogun West Senatorial District, personally invited me for celebration. And I will grace that celebration, seriously, to celebrate with him, because he has demonstrated so much effort, giving a lot of energy, time, a lot of things. In fact, he coordinated all our campaigns and media operations to achieve this success. So I think we are going to celebrate much more. I'm a very happy person today. And I'm also knowing that we have a lot of tasks ahead, and that I believe that our president is very ready. I believe the new Senate leadership, especially the presiding officers, are very much ready. I also believe that the National Assembly is going to give us, the House of Representatives is going to give us solidarity too, because I have had and made some calls while the ongoing show is happening from behind, and a lot of solidarity towards Tajuddin Abbas. If I way better, pick up the mic and say that I am voting for Tajuddin Abbas. There was this rupture in the House of Representatives, the Green Chamber. Everybody was just saying that the game is over. So I believe the game is over, for any opponent of the party's choice, of the leadership of the country. And I believe we should all work together to proceed. And also, the opposition candidates and the opposition supporters, they should all join us so that we can celebrate one Nigeria while we tighten up our belt, tighten up our boots, and face the wondrous challenges that is facing this country, so that all Nigerians can feel for the first time the true impact of their democratic franchise.
It's really interesting. Now, what do you make of the call? Because in the last few years, we've heard some Nigerians call for Nigeria to reorganize the National Assembly in such a way that we get rid of the bicameral legislature that we have, so we can have a unicameral legislature for the sake of prudence? Because some persons have said that the cost of maintaining a bicameral legislature has been really burdensome on Nigerian budgets. What do you say to this?
Be that as it may, that the argument sounds very credible, but it's minimalist. You know, it is driven by minimalism. In government, the biggest problem you have in terms of accountability or cost is actually your opportunity to expand the scope of your revenue generation. And the solution to many countries for less government spending is more public participation. So the more public participate, the more the economy gets distributed across board. But the situation whereby you alienate some constituencies that are supposed to be represented, supposing if you take out the House of Representative members, there are some constituencies that are only represented by that particular member, and you take them out of the system completely, and we got autonomy. It means that having this bicameral system is helping to shoulder some of the shocks. So to me, that thinking was looking more credible, but it's actually minimalist approach to trying to see it. Okay. All of them have their own functions. They have cross-sectional responsibility that they do to support the executive. This have handled appropriation. This handles constitutional amendments. They have a lot of reciprocal responsibilities that are contributing and or what they get or how these things are. Yes, the cost is sometimes very, very high. Yes, there is supposed to be prudence and high level of accountability and transparency in the operations of National Assembly from monies, you know. But again, cutting it down does not bring about any succor. In fact, it burdens. If you take out Senate, for instance, it burdens most of the responsibility on the reps. If you take out reps, it burdens most of the responsibility of the Senate. And this is a country of 213 million people based on a whole population index estimate. So we can't say that we have 200 million people and that we have only very, very few representing them at the center. No, this is not good. I think we should find a way to expand the revenue stream to make sure that every Nigerian feel as a citizen and they all sign up to the social contract that is binding us together, we, the followers, and our leaders, so that the leaders can continue to deliver their promises and we, the followers, can continue to support the leadership so that we can have an effective outcome that will benefit all Nigerians. But I don't believe that we should abolish the bicameral system. I believe we should encourage, enhance, and operationalize it properly so that there can be transparency, accountability, and also excellent delivery in their own approach to running the business of the legislation.
Okay. I must thank you so much, Adamu Garba, member of the APC, for your time. You've spent your morning with us. We really appreciate your time and all of your insight that you've given to us today on the program. Thank you so much. And Comrade Safia Ibrahim Ogo, let me also thank you so much for your patience with us and spending your morning with us as well. We really appreciate your time, your insight, and all your contributions to the issues this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, TVC. Thank you, Nigeria.
Thank you. All right, well, let's take you to the House of Representatives, where the voting is still ongoing, and the process will conclude any moment from now. We hand you over to the broadcast there as we go on with the live visuals from the House of Representatives. We'll also be dipping into the Senate, into the Senate chamber, to let you know how the process is going as well. At top of the hour, my colleague Yuri Folari will be taking it over to bring you other perspectives and, you know, in all the discussion and insight into the process that has gone down or that is still ongoing at the National Assembly election of the leadership there. On behalf of my colleague, Veronica Daniel-Boy, have a great day ahead and God bless Nigeria.
Okay, but if it's around, we don't mind if you can just repeat for the records. Benjamin.
You want me once again? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and on behalf of the people, good people of Koijai, my vote goes to Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Faleke James Abiodun.
Thank you. As a proud representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and my other constituents of Ikeja Federal Constituency, I rise to vote for a very humble man, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
My name remains Baba Jimmy Benson. I rise to cast my vote for a deep man, Tajuddin Chukwuemeka Omobolanle Abbas.
Thank you, sir. Ogbara Adetola Kafilat. Ogbara Adetola Kafilat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For and on behalf of the industrious people of Koshie Federal Constituency in Lagos State, the Center of Excellence, my vote is unequivocally for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Olako Badru Eniton Akomi.
Yes. My name is Eniton Dolako Badru. On behalf of the Premier Local Government in Nigeria, Lagos Island Welfare Constituency, I cast my vote for TJ Abbas.
You know, I can do that. Yeah? Bamin Misa, I would like to revisit a case who appears to be absent when we call his name. Kama Ukemkuna, St. Andy. Kama Ukemkuna, St. Andy.
My names are Kama Nkem Kama St. Andy Patrick Ossi. I represent the good people of Ohoza, Onitsha Ivo Federal Constituency. I rise to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Akiolu Moshood Kayode. Akiolu Moshood Kayode.
On behalf of the people of Lagos Island Federal Constituency 2 and the Kingdom of Lagos, I rise to cast my votes for my brother Prince Ian Zauzau, Prince Dr. Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Moshood Olanrewaju. Moshood Olanrewaju. Ali Adeyemi Taufik.
Thank you, DCNA. Ali Adeyemi Taufik is my name. My people from Moshe 1 constituency, they have directed me to come here and I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark. Please, I have a point of observation here. Yes, my name was skipped. My name was called in attendance list, but now in the nomination list, my name was. So that's the observation. Mashidusi Federal Constituency, State. Yes. Mashidusi Federal Constituency. You can check the attendance list. It's different from the one.
Visit that, sir. And let's continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, sir, I'm very much around duly elected member House of Reps.
of God. Yeah, to the glory of God. And as directed by the Holy Spirit, I have been mandated by the author and finisher of my faith to let my foot stand as rock of green battle behind and for Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Oluwaseyi Showunmi.
Children are gifts and a source of joy. But when they are down with sickness such as malaria, we become sad and worried. Not to worry, Camosunate Anti-Malarial for Children has always been there for years. Camosunate also comes in tablets for adults. Bounce back from malaria with Camosunate. Read the leaflet inside. If symptoms persist after 3 days, please consult your doctor. Camosunate, effective anti-malaria for all ages. Marketed by Zenith Pharmaceuticals Limited.
My name is David Oladeji Bolare. I'm the CEO, founder of Synergy Guards Nigeria and Synergy Guards UK. I'm also the CEO of David's Court. I got to know about Adrian Homes through a neighbor of mine. This is David Court, located in one of Adrian Homes' estates, Ocean View Estate, Ibejuleki. This area is called the Neo Lagos. This is a dream come true. My advice to individuals is to have a plan and follow those plans to the latter. The Adrian Home template is a great one. You can have your bits of the great concept like I'm doing right now. Tap into their dreams to achieve and execute your future.
Adrian Homes.
Building cities, communities, and homes.
It's time for friendship, time for family, time for another get together. Hey, let's celebrate. Veleta moment, a happy moment. Veleta moment, share a moment with Veleta. It's time for connection, smiles, laughter, and love. It's time for sharing moments. Hey, let's celebrate.
Enjoy every moment with the goodness of Veleta sparkling fruit drink. Available in 75cl and 37.5cl bottles and comes in red grape, white grape, and peach variants. Another product of premium quality from Intercontinental Distillers Limited, IDL. Veleta sparkling fruit drink. Celebrate every moment.
You too? Oh.
Why?
Daddy's coughing, Gina is coughing, so I just ran for cover.
Uniplex cough syrup contains ammonium chloride, diphenhydramine hydrochloride, sodium citrate, and menthol crystals to give you relief from sore throat, cold, and just a cough.
Daddy, are we safe now?
Yeah. Uniplex cough syrup. Cage the cough, free your voice.
Our boss was like, a decent fashion designer only gets home at midnight.
Midway.
Man like Osimhen, Papa just a chop Italian league like Oha.
These are real housewives of Abuja. Those women are fire. What does OJ say again? My relationship with money is Alhamdulillah.
No one tells a story like we do. Showmax, Africa's original streaming service.
With total submission and gratitude to God for a life well spent, we announce the transition to glory of Mr. Tolu Ogunkoya, whose sad event occurred on the 25th of April, 2023. Burial events are as follows. Service of songs comes up at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Sanctuary, Tom Allen Center, Stratford, London. Date Tuesday, the 6th of June, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Funeral service takes place at Greenacres, Epping Forest, Kiln Road, North Weald, Bassett, Essex, United Kingdom on Wednesday, the 7th of June, 2023 at 11 a.m. There will be a night of tributes on Tuesday, the 13th of June, 2023 at Shiva Center, 20 Mobolaji, Bank Anthony Way by FCMB at 5 p.m. This will be followed by a commendation service on Thursday, the 15th of June, 2023 at the Chapel of Christ, The Light, IPM Road, Alausa at 10 a.m. He is survived by wife, children, brothers, uncles, aunts, and cousins.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. Are you worried about the safety and security of your home at night? Do you wish to know when intruders come close to your home? Or do you want to protect what matters to your family from anywhere at any time? What if there was a convenient, affordable way to keep surveillance on your home without having to worry about wires, installations, or heavy light bills? Introducing the incredible Sidebulb HD Cam, the robotic 360-degree two-way torque camera with action tracking technology. Sidebulb is the ultimate solution for discreet and powerful surveillance. It's so easy to install, and the app lets you rotate and view the video from your Sidebulb in real time from any smartphone. You can drop in from anywhere and check in with our two-way talk technology. Talk and listen at the same time.
Hello, Mommy.
Hey, sweetie. I'll be home soon, okay?
Sidebulb's advanced tracking technology locks onto motion and tracks in real time. Set the siren alarm to go up when motion is detected and keep intruders away. Check in on your home while you're away. Make sure the kids got home safely. Interact with visitors at your doorway or surprise a trespasser.
Surveillance in a light bulb. I was amazed at the 360-degree rotation. It gives me a full view of my house and I can check in on my kids. The footage is clear and the night vision is so impressive. The best part, I can add multiple side bulbs for a complete home surveillance.
I really like my Sidebulb. It's so easy to use. I just downloaded the app, I put it on my phone, and I add it up and run in about 3 minutes.
Traditional surveillance systems are bulky, expensive, and difficult to install. But with Sidebulb HD Cam's innovative design, installation is as fast as changing a light bulb, and it's made for indoor and outdoor surveillance.
The Sidebulb HD Cam is now available in Nigeria, exclusively from ShopX TV. You could be paying up to 200,000 naira for an indoor and outdoor security system that doesn't fully secure your home. But call the number on your screen now and get the Sidebulb HD Cam for just 45,000 naira and get peace of mind. And that's not all. If you call now, we'll give you an extra Sidebulb at no extra cost. That means you buy one and get one free for 45,000 naira. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get the Sidebulb HD Cam delivered to you for free wherever you are in Nigeria. So, call the number on your screen now or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Well, good morning, and thank you very much for being with TVC since the very beginning of this special broadcast, the National Assembly inauguration, which started early in the day and will continue for as long as it takes. Now, the next guest, quite frankly, you are very much, thanks to TVC, you're very much in tune with what's been going on. The election has been finished in the Senate, and the National Assembly, in the House of Representatives, it is just about to be wrapped up. Indeed, will be wrapped up any moment from now. Okay, now, our guest this morning is a friend of the House and a senator himself. Well, I guess once a senator, always a senator. But I'm speaking here about the immediate past spokesman of the Senate of the Federal Republic, Senator Ajibola Bashiru. He's our guest this morning, and we'll be together to look into, how things are going. A fine morning to you, Senator Bashiru.
Yeah, good morning, Uncle Yori. How are you?
Very well, sir. Any feelings of, I don't know, is it nostalgia? It's like this is the first day that we can actually say the immediate past spokesperson, because you've been so much a part of it for all this time, and you've also watched all the proceedings. So tell me, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I think just like I put on my Instagram earlier today, an exit is a new beginning. So I feel that the exit from the Senate may portend a new beginning for some other exploits and some other accomplishment by the grace of Almighty, God. And
Yes.
I'm also here to wish the senators and the members in the 10th Assembly, the best, of luck and in service and dedication, to the people. So that main Senate, the story, ended on Sunday, and of course, we are very optimistic that they will be able to support our president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, in achieving the new hope, for Nigeria. And they have started on the right track from what has transpired at the chambers of at the two chambers of the National Assembly, this morning.
Indeed. And a great stuff, really. And thanks to modern technology, even as you are not in Abuja necessarily, you followed everything, every step of the way, and there were no surprises. I mean, considering all the talk before the actual day today, I've heard some, people say that, there was tension, the tension was very high, but in the event, it went so very smoothly. There was no unruliness, no untidiness. I guess that's a credit mark that it's gone as smoothly as it has, in spite of the almost vociferous sort of a commentary that led up to it.
Yes, it's always like that, Yori. People who are not even active players in the political process, they hazard, guests, and they make a comment. And of course, in the nature of politics, particularly people who are opposition to happen to the ruling party. And of course, some who don't possibly like a leader, Ashwaju, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sorry, some of us are used to calling him Ashwaju, so we'll get used to calling him President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Over time, I felt that yes, it was going to be demystified by the election. Today, but alas, Ashwaju President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is somebody who is used to his game. He has been able to bring about cohesion within the party and the rank of not only the members of the APC, but all other political parties in the National Assembly. As you could see, some of the members in the opposition, they testify, to the fact that it is the first time that a sitting president will be having meeting with members and senators elect. And of course, he was able to let them understand the need to have a cohesive relationship between the executive and the legislative arm, and of course, to have people that you are trusted to be able to help in realizing the New Hope agenda. And of course, in the build-up to today, there have been a lot of meetings, there have been a lot of horse trading. You also see the active involvement of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria himself, until 2 days ago, a colleague in the Senate of the National Assembly, an astute politician who is able to use his experience and the political sagacity to support the candidature. And you also know that the Chief of Staff designate, Right Honorable Speaker Gbadami Amila, also somebody who has been a veteran in the politics of the National Assembly, also aligned. And of course, you also see the role played committee set up by Mr. President and the party Governor of Imo State, Opus Odima, also up and doing and ensuring that today comes maybe a surprise to those who are expecting Armageddon, but for some of us just what to consider is going to be a routine. And of course, we'll be surprised at the tally that will occur, although it's still be done at the House of Rep. You see, it's going to be an overwhelming majority for Honorable TJ Abbas and my colleague, spokesperson of the 9th House of Rep, Benjamin who ultimately as the deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Just as Senator Barau Jubil emerged out of post.
Indeed, indeed. Senator Barrow emerged unopposed. That was an interesting tidbit. The other thing that I think is remarkable is that, look, in spite of the party, your party haven't made public its preferences, there still was what looked like internal dissent in that, as you know, Senator Abdulaziz Iyari, he actually went into the election. But in the event of Senator Godswill Akpabio winning by 63 of the votes, the gentleman, Senator Iyari, stepped across and congratulated Senator Godswill Akpabio, and I imagine pledging cooperation and loyalty. That I thought was remarkable, but why did we have to go through that unless it's all about democracy? Since there was no...
Of course...
Go ahead, please.
I think it's not the first... It's part of a democratic process, but I think it's part of the process, but with respect, also for some of our colleagues in what we are talking about, a special system of government in a parliament, which when the party has taken a personal disposition or your personal not the first time we were called. I could recall in 20 May, who now happened to be manager was also known to contest against Senator. In that test, you also see that challenge by Senator Ali. I read on Saturday, Senator Dume said he's no longer a rebel in the establishment, and he has been able to see that there is a joy in having harmonious working relationship within, the group. But for
well, technological things, we lost that audio, and but we're on it, and we'll soon be back. And we're speaking with Senator Ajibola Bashiru, the immediate past spokesman of the Nigerian Senate. He was commenting on the election in the Senate where Godswill Akpabio has won. So he's been, carried. He's been voted in. Jubrin Barrow, another senator. He is the Deputy Senate President, and he was just commenting on the democratic nature of these things. That is Senator Abdulaziz Iyari, former governor Senator Abdulaziz Iyari, having contested the race. He actually stepped into the ring, and he's done the right thing. He's done the sportsman-like thing and stepped across once it was decided that, look, from 60 to 40, it's an emphatic win, and he was quick to offer his congratulations. Now, the green accent picture you saw earlier was the live feed from the House of Representatives, where matters are still ongoing. As you know, we have to come up with both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker in that case. And by the way, in this hour or so, we started off at around 11, in this hour or two that will be on, the time will come when we'll open up the lines to, as usual, around this hour on TVC, get your commentary. Is Senator Bashiru back? That's what we're trying to. In fact, the lines are actually open now, so you've been watching, you've been following this, and so as soon as you want to, you can call in. Senator Bashiru's, not Senator Bashiru. Yes, well, Senator Bashiru is our guest this morning, but we're having these challenges with the audio. Been going for quite a while, but I'm sure we'll get on top of it very, very shortly. And as I said, you probably know too. Whereas it's been concluded in the Senate, not in the House of Representatives, business is still on. And in the meantime, Mr. Yakub has called in. A fine morning to you on this day of the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning to every one of us, wherever we are watching this program from. As a Nigerian, as one of the supporter of the APC, I think I congratulate myself. And then I was saying that, sorry, by extension, I congratulate Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You know, why am I saying that? You see, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a Ronaldo and a Messi of these games. He knows how to play the game very well. I've been voting since zero party. Come down to NLC, SDP, and all that. Up to now, I've never seen a president can be able to gather the National Assembly period to the day of their election, inauguration of their house. And then all the hula baloo that the house is going to be rowdy, this, that. In fact, one of the papers says something that I don't want to use the word now because the election has gone. And then the appropriate have come to be a Senate president. See, if you are going to see a house that is going to work harmoniously with Mr. President so that he can achieve his goal. A rowdy house that does not work with Mr. President will never be able, you cannot be able to achieve much. But now as it is, the party goes all the way for about Apadio, and then it has come to stay. And then I can tell you, Mr. Abbas in the House of Representatives going to come out win of that election. Even though I have contrary opinion at the beginning, but we can be able to say our mind, but we cannot expect it in the National Assembly. Why am I saying that? I was opinion that very particular clause should go to North Central. But Mr. President, he has given them something that is even bigger in my own personal opinion as well. I don't know, maybe Mr. Yori is listening to me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Mr. President has given them the one of the key positions in this country, replace it with SDF. So, in this case, Abbas is going to win this election in the House of Representatives. And then we can be able to say, Ashwad Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we can be able to say that be able to deliver the democracy that he promised Nigerians, the dividends of democracy that he promised us, because I pray he will never fail, by God's grace, because somebody like us, like me, personally campaign for him, even though you don't know me personally, but we did all what we can in our own locality here, because we know that he has the ability, capacity to deliver. As you can see, look at all those bills that he are trying to launch. Within few weeks, we can be able to say, yes, we are moving in the right direction. I don't have that in my mind. After, let's say, less than 6 months, Nigerian citizens will not yet. We choose rightly. We choose somebody that will know that this is a right person for the position in person of Ashwad Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But he cannot do it alone without not having a Senate president are working synergy and the House of Representatives leaders are working together to make sure that Nigeria go directly to where we needed to see Nigerians. I thank God for Ashwad Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he played the game very well. As I said earlier, it is a Ronaldo. He's also a master of this game, and then you can see that the game is already won. So I pray to God Almighty Allah again to give him a good edge so that he can be able to give us what we need. Good morning, Mr. Yori. God bless you, because this is the only station that gives us opportunity. I repeat, opportunity to be our mind. Whatever we had in mind, whether they oppose or support, I can tell you, somebody else can call in and say contrary opinion to what I said. This is only station give us that opportunity. There's other station that don't give us that. I don't want to mention that, even though they bring the guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Yakub. Thank you very much, Mr. Yakub, calling in the first of, hopefully a number of calls that will come in, commenting on this day, the first day, the inauguration of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic. And by the way, as an aside, I suppose, Ashwad Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he just, trips up the tongue, doesn't it? Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But some are actually saying President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, I'm just going to suggest that you've got to take one. You're either going to say Asiwaju Tinubu or President Tinubu. Well, you can't say President Asiwaju Tinubu. It's just my own 2 bits to it, because Asiwaju, as you know, is the foremost chieftaincy title. And President is the ultimate title. Yes, Senator Bashiru, were you commenting? Please continue.
I'm saying that it will be a long time. Some of us who have been calling him Asiwaju for decades, we can't just switch and just not call him Asiwaju. So you have to pardon us when we combine both Asiwaju and President together. In any event, in Yoruba language, Asiwaju is leader and is our leader. So you can only say leader, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and of course we are used to calling him Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So you continue to pardon us when we make that.
In fact, some might even shorten it to President Asiwaju. Some might
okay. Maybe one of the days I see him, I'll say which one would he prefer, whether he would prefer President Asiwaju or not. And, of course, he will not mind anyone. What matters to him is that for him to just act and perform and then meet the expectation of Nigeria.
Indeed, you're very right, Senator, because I don't think he's even bothered by any of those things. The man has just put his head down and has been on business. Even the foreign press is beginning to comment, saying that they actually are being reassured in these early days. 15 days of Tinubu's presidency, and as far as they are concerned, so much traction has been made, so much has been done. I mean, talk about hitting the ground running. I know we're talking about the National Assembly now, but he has a very important role in all of this, especially as it relates to the unity of the party, the top hierarchy of the party. All principal officers of the party were in the National Assembly, signifying that all is well in there. There might be disagreements, but as you said earlier, that's all about democracy. And everybody is showing that we are playing cricket the way it's supposed to be played. I think that much nobody can fail to notice, that there seems to be a unified house going into this election. Abi, no be so, Senator?
Yeah, I think there are two schools of thought as to what should be the relationship between the National Assembly and the executive arm. Okay. That is, this school of thought that I see National Assembly as an opposition political party, or if I may be generous, opposition parliament, and that the barometer to measure the effectiveness of a National Assembly is how much rancorous they could be against executive decision. And I think those who belong to that school of thought want to always refer to the 8th assembly. The other school of thought, which some of us belong to, is that yes, whereas there is separation of powers, there's also checks and balances. The way and manner the dreams and aspirations of Nigerians could be met, and the best of the two arms of government, the executive and legislative arm, could be formed, is in having harmonious, cordial relationship within the framework of checks and balances, and that is exemplified by the 9th Assembly. You will see that in terms of legislative outputs and in terms of fundamental amendment to the Nigerian Constitution, we were able to achieve that in the 9th Senate because of that cordial relationship. Whereas those who belong to the other school of thought will make reference to the rancorous 8th Assembly, but the question is, how many legislative inputs could we said come out from that particular experience? I'm very particularly happy that now that we have President Asiwaju, if you will not also caution me, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and of course a veteran politician and a National Assembly person, Senator Kashim Shettima, in the shadow. There will be a consolidation of the gains of the next assembly by ensuring that there is a clear discussion, clear understanding as to how issues are to be resolved ahead of even the debate at the plenary. And I think when people now see outcome of already discussed, already ironed out issue, they will think that it has come without any discussions, it has come without any form of agitation, controversy and so on. But the hallmark of being statement, and I think with what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has said, now election is over. It is time for Nigerian politicians to be statement and work towards realization of the dreams of the Nigerian people. And these dreams, as I said, the last time I appeared on this program, is very huge. Nigerian people want economic survival, not to be an harrowing experience. They want education for their children. They want health services. They want transportation infrastructure. And they also want there to be hope for them living in this country. Indeed. And this cannot be achieved
moment,
when
Senator.
you have a rancorous relationship.
Okay. One moment, please, Senator. Ayo in Osun State has been holding on for a while. Good morning to you, Mr. Ayo.
Good morning to you.
Thank you very much for calling in and indeed for holding on.
You see, I belong to the later school of thought, the second school of thought, very distinguished senator from my state, the Swiss Senator Bashir Ajibola. However, sir, in as much as I want a rancorous relationship between the National Assembly and the executive, not to the detriment of the Nigerian citizen. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has started well, because at this time the tax ahead is so enormous and we don't want unnecessary distraction. He has choosing his birthright and is fighting it correctly. And I want to give kudos to him on that. But however, sir, I have said earlier, we don't want a situation whereby the relationship will be at the detriment of the Nigerian citizen. That is what I don't really want. The National Assembly should work harmoniously with the executive at the betterment of the ordinary Nigerian citizen, not to the detriment of the ordinary Nigerian citizen. So this is my own school of thought. I want a very good relationship between the legislature and executive, but not to the detriment of the Nigerian citizen. God bless Nigeria. God bless President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Indeed. Thank you very much for calling in, Ayo. Okay. Well, Senator Bashiru, so that goes to, as he just said, yep, I do want, harmonious relations between them, but I don't want the National Assembly to be forgetting its job. Actually, it's a check. And it doesn't have to be hostile all the time, but it doesn't want a situation where it seems as if, well, the National Assembly has turned into a rubber stamp.
No, you see, what he's saying is not, Yori, he's not saying, he's not going by way of those who are talking of rubber stamp argument. He's saying that there must be a harmonious relationship and it must be for the betterment of the Nigerian people. Exactly. And I think I quietly agree with him. It's a different thing entirely when there's a harmonious relationship to conspire and collude to for Nigerian people to be at the short end, of the offering in terms of good, governance. So perfectly, I agree with Ayo in what they have said. And largely, and I stand to be corrected, as far as harmonious relationship between the 9th Assembly and the executive, we have a lot to show of what we can achieve. And I believe that the 10th Assembly will be able to concentrate on this, particularly when you have a president who have a clear idea of innovative areas by which we can be able to direct the affairs of the country for the betterment of the people. And of course, to be able to realize some of these noble aims, when you take the Renew Hope document of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you see that there will be necessary for a lot of policy changes, a lot of legislative reform, and in fact, constitutional amendment. And the only way you can achieve this for the benefit of the Nigerian people is to have a National Assembly that actually understand its mandate, to be that you must make law for the good government of the country. So I perfectly agree that you cannot have a National Assembly that will be kowtowing to the executive, even when they are doing things that are not in line with the betterment of the Nigerian people. And you could see, even with the tag rubber stamp legislative chamber that have been given to the 9th Assembly, there was some requests made by the previous administration that were not considered or approved by the Senate Assembly. I'll give one or two examples. The 800 million, loan for the in lieu of the subsidy, removal was not even tabled before the Senate after the request had been made by the president. Similarly, also the debt judgment debt request for huge amount of money on promissory notes was also not considered. Then some nominees of the executive by the former president were turned down by the National Assembly. But you see, opposition elements, some few opposition elements, if I may use that word, and some other people who don't even believe in the Nigerian stability of the Nigerian state, derive joy only in wishing there to be Armageddon in Nigeria, and that will not happen because ultimately we have no place to go to. We have to work for unity, progress, and development of people of Nigeria.
Okay. Fine place to leave it temporarily as we take a short break, Senator Bashiru. We'll be right back. And also, stay with us, out there. You can still call in once we come back from the break.
In the month of June, the 4th of June, 2023, makes it 27 years since the wife of the late MKO Abiola, Kudirat Abiola, was murdered. 5th of June is World Environment Day. On the 7th of June, the global community celebrates World Food Safety Day, while June 12 is Democracy Day in Nigeria. Also, June 12 is World Day Against Child Labor. 13th of June is a day set aside for International Albinism Awareness, while 14th of June is World Blood Donor Day. The 19th of June is set aside as International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict. It's also set aside as World Sickle Cell Day. 26th of June is International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. 30th of June is International Day of Parliamentarism. Brace yourself for the month of June and stay tuned to TVC News for special reports and analysis.
Lagos is the most visited state in Africa as the 5th largest economy on the continent. Covering the state and its government is no mean feat, it's a busy beat. We go beyond the curtain of tapes to travel in far into the deep.
I want to thank the Lagos State government for the healthcare facility.
To bring stories that cut across all spectrums.
A greater Lagos shall be ours.
We tell you stories that define our collective well-being as Lagosians. I'm Adedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Okay, welcome back. And our guest, as I said before going on, it was before the break, is Senator Ajibola Bashiru, the immediate past spokesman of the Nigerian Senate. As we were on break, Adisa had called in. Good morning to you, Mr. Adisa.
Good morning, Mr. Folarin.
Thank you for calling in. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I want to speak on two things. I appreciate your crew for saying that TVC always provide a platform for people to interact. And I believe any message that is passed on TVC technically will get to the president. Let me put it that way. What I want to say about this 10th Assembly is what the last caller just said, that the National Assembly should not be seen as rubber stamps, even having want to support the antecedents of the president. Because we all know what play out on the 9th Assembly, with no offense. The general view of the public was it's a rubber stamps assembly, and then so many things was ignored. There was practically nothing was functioning on the 9th Assembly.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Adisa, but Senator Bashiru has just debunked that notion.
Of course, he's a member of the 9th Assembly, but Senator Bashiru cannot deny that the general perspective of an ordinary citizen was that the past Senate president is technical. If you are a journalist, you know what's going on the streets of Lagos and every part of Nigeria, they call him a rubber stamp senator. Well, you can't deny that. The press are there. Everybody knows what they call the past Senate president. So, fine, we have a Senate that can work with the issues of the president. But we should not forget that the past night assembly, we know the name that was tagged with that night assembly. So we should always keep that in mind. So this Senate, because I was watching all of them this morning, I see many past governors, I wouldn't like to use that word, turning that house to a kind of retirement place. But of course, we want a good Senate that can pass a law that will favor its citizens, not the executive.
All right.
There must be check and balance on their please, Mr. Okay. I'm not done. Now, I want to speak, please, within a minute, on the issue of this subsidy of the thing. I want President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to look at it, that this subsidy is out. Majority of us supported his move over the removal of the subsidy. But the presidency or the executive should not also forget that politicians also need to make sacrifice. If the citizens can make sacrifice to buy fuel at the rate of 500 naira, just suppose 187 naira, now it's 500 naira, we can cope with that. The executive should also cut the cost of governance. I would like President Tinubu to look at this Oresayo report.
Okay.
Most of these agencies should be shut down.
All right, Mr. Adisa.
Government.
I want to thank you very much, Mr. Adisa. Your point has been very well made and has been heard. And, I think, well, this is the way you feel, and that's why we open up the phone so that we can hear other opinions. But as I was pointing out, Senator Bashiru just dealt with that issue before you commented on it, and in pointing that out to you, said, but what do you expect? He was a member of, the last Senate, and you had a number of things. But Senator Bashiru, he's making, among the points that he was making, that, look, Nigeria still needs to be able to depend upon the Senate, that it will do any hard tackling that needs to be done on our behalf.
I think, Yori, you see, these issues have been overflowed. You cannot, one of the beauty of democracy is heterogeneity of views. But what I find unacceptable is for somebody to take his personal opinion to be the general perception of the Nigerian people. The question I will ask is that, has there been a referendum conducted and the tally taken as to opinion of the Nigerian people on what he has said, for you to say that general perception? Yes, there could be some writers. I've also had some commentator on some your sister, stations yesterday, also, lampooning the Ninth Assembly. Of course, it's characteristic of that particular station. I won't mention their name. But what I do is this. If today people are commending presidents signing some impactful legislation, the question is, those legislations, did they come from heaven? Those legislations, are they not products of the work of the Ninth Assembly that is saying is a rubber stamp National Assembly? The education bill that have been turned into act, the restructuring of the power sector by which it has been decentralized, and of course the fundamental amendment to the Constitution to allow power generation, transmission and distribution to be a matter for concurrent list, the devolution of power in relation to correctional services, and of course the ease of doing business legislation, as well as the Petroleum Industry Act, the Electoral Act, which is being saluted as contributing to the sanity of our assembly. But you see, part of the responsibility you must take is that when you have acted in a way that your mind is clear, your conscience is clear, your record is there, you don't care about people who engage in liberalism. I've given just on this station only 4 or 5 examples of instances that we have turned down requests of the previous administration. So, but if what is expected of us is to come and turn ourselves to opposition parliament, and I can assure you, with the caliber of people in the 10th Assembly, and with the mindset of all of us realizing that there is more gain for the Nigerian people in having impactful legislation, and you cannot have impactful legislation without some sort of collaboration between the executive and legislative arm. Of course, that is the way the 10th Assembly will also proceed. Of course, I may be surprised that same element will also label the 10th Assembly as rubber stamp, because the expectation is that a National Assembly is an opposition and a parliament. And of course, I will take the argument
I beg your pardon. I was looking for a convenient. I'm so sorry, Senator. I was looking for a convenient place to interject because somebody is on the line. Do we still have that caller on the line? Do we still?
159 absentees, nil. Member-elect, starting from the runners-up. Members-elect Aminu Jaji pooled 3 votes. Member-elect Idris Wase pooled 3 votes. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, 353 votes.
Sit down.
With Tajuddin Abbas. Tajuddin Abbas from Kaduna State with 253 votes. With 353 votes out of 360. The mandate seemed to be overwhelming and is coasting home with 96% of the votes. 96 or 97% of the entire vote cast from this exercise. So we have a direction now, while the Senate President, the Chairman of the National Assembly is Godswill Akpabio, that's the Senate President of the 10th Assembly. For the House of Representatives, we have the party preferred choice, that's now Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Kaduna State. Although the contests from the upper legislative chamber was a keenly contested election, while the Senate President emerged with 63 votes out of 109. The runner-up actually had 46 votes. But for the House of Representatives, it's as if the ruling party did their own work very well. Don't forget, they don't have the absolute majority in the House of Representatives, but in spite of that, the ruling party actually reached out and they are able to work with the coalition party of 8 political parties that actually forms the representative in this National Assembly. We also have a Labour Party included, we have NNPP, and we have the major opposition party, that's the People's Democratic Party. So, the Speaker officially will be taking the oath of office now. Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas of the 10th Assembly.
Okay, so there you have pictures. That's as a matter of fact, I don't know, that man that just faced me looked a bit like Lukman Musa, but that's a different story altogether. Where we have Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas there. He's just won the day. 353 votes. Actually, he's a prince from the Zazzau Emirate, and as these things go, he's in line of succession. He actually might become the emir of Zazzau one of these days. But for the moment, yeah, he's just from that emirate, and he has been voted now. And well, you can see, you can't hear the applause that's going on. But you know what we have here is we have the first person in the House of Rep, Tajuddin Abbas, has just won it. An official seat, so to speak. The things seem to be going very, very well.
The new member, the new leader of the House of Representatives, that's Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
I, Abbas Tajuddin, do solemnly, but we are different from governors, that I will be faithful, and bear true allegiance, to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve the Speaker of the House, and that I will preserve the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. So help me God. Oath of Speaker of the House of Representatives. I, Abbas Tajuddin, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful, and bear true allegiance, to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions. Honestly. To the best of my ability. Faithfully. In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the law. And the rules of the House. And always in the interest of the sovereignty. Integrity. Solidarity. Well-being. And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve. The fundamental objectives. And directive principles. Of state policy. Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve.
and that I will preserve,
protect,
and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the fifth schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of member of the House of Representatives. I,
Abbas Tajuddin,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful, bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. That is your sign.
I can sign with a blue Bible. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The nomination now for the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives is about to take place. And a lot of people are saying that what happened in the Senate earlier, only one nominee came out and it was returned unopposed. From this trend now, we have Honorable Benjamin Kamlu, but he's going to be formally nominated, and we will see if any honorable member will want to square up against him for the position of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Former signature, after taking the oath of office, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria Federal Constituency in Kaduna State. He used to be the chairman, House Committee on Transportation, a four-time member of the House of Representatives, and a very hard-working member at that. Run-up to this election has shown the kind of gifted and quiet personality that Tajuddin Abbas, because looking at his profile, the number of bills he raised in the last 4 years, and the number of bills that the president actually accented to his own bill that he raised in this house, he proved to be most productive lawmaker in the night assembly. As if that were to be a kind of yardstick to be assessed, it actually came top. And today his hard work is paying off, as his colleague unanimously is just first among equals now. Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria Federal Constituency, Kaduna State. And we take the nomination for the position of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Okay, so there we have it. It looks like the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted. And so we have Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, having arrived by a handsome, a most exceedingly handsome vote of 359. I beg your pardon, 353. The total votes cast was 359. Tajuddin Abbas made 353, Aminu Jaji 3, Ahmed Wase also 3. So, as you are hearing, our man Ayo Zubakun over there is saying the next order of business is to, nominate the Deputy Speaker. So while all of that is going on, I shall just take my leave as we hand over to the news, because the news is the news. Honorable Ajibola Bashiru, I want to thank you very much, sir, for making time for us this morning on the program, as always. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here.
All right, then. Okay. So this is handing over to the news.
All right, I have my colleague here, Kaide Ladende, is also here with me, the executive editor of TVC News, Kaide Ladende. Kaide, we witnessed the House of Representatives, we witnessed the Senate earlier.
Quite interesting. This is a very big lesson from the APC that what happened in the 8th National Assembly was seriously avoided. This is a situation where we have the party supremacy, having a say. That was quite noble to see all the opposition lawmakers, giving their attention to the president, Bola Tinubu, and this has yielded what we can call a very clear result in favor of the party's hierarchy. So we have...
Does this in any way signify interference? If the party is able to have their way, does it in any way signify interference in the legislative function of this House?
I think it's a double-edged sword in the sense that some would say, will it signify rubber stamp legislature? But when you look at the fact that this is the party with the majority, they must have a say. That is what happens.
Standard practice.
Exactly, in different
okay. Democracy. I think Honorable Benson from Ikorodu Federal Constituency, Honorable Babajimi Benson from Ikorodu Federal Constituency is going to nominate the Deputy Speaker elect.
I rise today in the spirit of inclusion, in the spirit of marginalization, in the spirit of correcting the marginalization in our polity, in the spirit of renewed hope, in the spirit of inclusion. I rise today to nominate a man who has passed 45 bills in the House of Reps, a legal luminary, a man who has assisted the House as a publicity committee chairman of the House of Reps, a spokesperson par excellence. It is this same House that all members elect today are being sworn in. A man of justice, a man of character, a man of good conscience, a man who at 29 became the local government chairman of Bende local government in Abia State, a man who at 32 years became a commissioner in Abia State, a lawyer par excellence who graduated from the University of Calabar, a man who I asked yesterday, that are you sure you can do this job? A man who then called all his aides and said, the youngest person who is a member of the representative's office is greater than my office. A man who I asked again, are you sure you're ready for this job? He responded and used a phrase called a corporate soul. I said, what does that mean? He said a corporate soul means the office remains, but the officer comes and goes. He said, and he quoted John Wesley, he said that he will do all the good he can to all the people he can, at all the time he can, in all the places he can, to all the members he can, and every inch of the time. He is prepared to complement the good efforts of our Right Honorable Speaker, 10th Assembly, Right Honorable T.J. Abbas, Iya Zauzau. Arise to nominate Benjamin Okeze Kalu as the Deputy Speaker of the 10th National Assembly. I say nominate, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Violet.
No.
Go ahead.
Good morning, honorable colleagues. My name is Kafilat Ogbara from Federal Constituency. I hereby rise to support the nomination.
Controversy now is Babajimi Benson from Ikorodu Federal Constituency nominated Benjamin Kalu, and is going to be seconded by another representative from Koshofe constituency that's from Lagos. I think this is not going that well with the representative.
Exactly. Why we would want to say that this is gender balance, but they are seeing it that
why will it be Lagos?
Let it be someone else. But I think what counts is that there is a unanimous decision that he should be seconded and he should go for the deputy speakership position. So, but whichever way, I think it shouldn't be a chaotic situation. But let's see. But I think she has taken the floor and she has seconded the motion.
From the perspective that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is from Lagos, Babajimi Benson, Lagos, and let's check out what's happening again.
Deputy Speaker of this right honorable house, I so second.
Yeah. Member.
Do you wish to know when intruders come close to your home? Or do you want to protect what matters to your family from anywhere at any time? What if there was a convenient, affordable way to keep surveillance on your home without having to worry about wires, installations, or heavy light bills? Introducing the incredible Sidebulb HD Cam, the robotic 360-degree two-way torque camera with action tracking technology. Sidebulb is the ultimate solution for discreet and powerful surveillance. It's so easy to install, and the app lets you rotate and view the video from your Sidebulb in real time from any smartphone. You can drop in from anywhere and check in with our two-way talk technology. Talk and listen at the same time.
Hello, Mommy.
Hey, sweetie. I'll be home soon, okay?
Sidebulb's advanced tracking technology locks onto motion and tracks in real time. Set the siren alarm to go off when motion is detected and keep intruders away. Check in on your home while you're away. Make sure the kids got home safely. Interact with visitors at your doorway or surprise a trespasser.
Surveillance in a light bulb. I was amazed at the 360-degree rotation. It gives me a full view of my house and I can check in on my kids. The footage is clear and the night vision is so impressive. The best part, I can add multiple side bulbs for a complete home surveillance.
I really like my sideboard. It's so easy to use. I just downloaded the app, I put it on my phone, and I add it up and run in about 3 minutes.
Traditional surveillance systems are bulky, expensive, and difficult to install. But with Sidebulb HD Cam's innovative design, installation is as fast as changing a light bulb, and it's made for indoor and outdoor surveillance.
The Sidebulb HD Cam is now available in Nigeria, exclusively from ShopX TV. You could be paying up to 200,000 naira for an indoor and outdoor security system that doesn't fully secure your home. But call the number on your screen now and get the Sidebulb HD Cam for just 45,000 naira and get peace of mind. And that's not all. If you call now, we'll give you an extra sight bulb at no extra cost. That means you buy one and get one free for 45,000 naira. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get the Sidebulb HD Cam delivered to you for free wherever you are in Nigeria. So, call the number on your screen now or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Guys that we refer to those leading lights in the House of Representatives, they were able to come together to give the support to Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
You saw those hands behind the scene when you have the likes of the Vice President, bringing Honorable Betara from Borno State to the President. What do you expect? And now you even have sitting governors also being part of this whole process. This is to let you know that this is not just the legislative issue. The executive is involved. There's been a whole lot of negotiation. And there's also a proof that the current president is deeply interested in what happens in all the arms of government. And that's to let you know that is really, really interested in having a smooth governance in this particular administration.
So we thought that I think this is Senator Musili Obanikoro. Musili Obanikoro used to be from Lagos West Senatorial District. And we've seen a lot of VIPs, some governors even in that chamber. I've seen Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I've seen Governor Yahaya Bello. I've seen former governor of Kano State, that Governor Abdullahi Danjue. And we've seen a lot of VIPs in both chambers. So both chambers seem to be jam-packed of VIPs with VIPs today.
We should ask you, what are they doing there? That's to let you know that they have a role to play. They have serious roles to play. And it's to let you know, let's even see the lawmaker who will not follow the dictates of the party. That's what you see. You have seen people who probably want to get their seat retained in the next assembly. So it's quite important.
It's as a result of the pattern of voting adopted by the House of Representatives. You come out, voice vote, say it outside.
Exactly. That looks like what has played out. We know where you belong. We know what you do. We even saw a member of the House of Reps who said that my heart goes for Wase, but I will have to vote for Tajuddin. That's to let you know that when it comes to politics, it's not just your decision. You will have to put a whole lot of things into consideration, and that's what has played out. And so for me, I think we can move on from there. We saw Abdulaziz Yari, Senator Abdulaziz Yari, congratulating the new President of the Senate,
Godswill
Akpabio. And that's to let you know, we might also see, but we've seen a bit of funny reaction from Wase. Let's hope that it's not a reaction of rejection of the outcome. But it's a clear win for you to have 250.
He stuck his neck throughout, but some people will tell you that he was never in the race, looking at the result that came out.
When you have the likes of Betara, you have the likes of Yusuf Gaji, I think the game was over even before the contest. So we are not surprised. It's just to say that let's have a very, very informed legislators in this 10th Assembly who will drive us to the next level. Let's see bills being passed on time. Let's see it being signed. We can see that this current president is really keen on getting these bills signed, and we enjoy some of those things. He's already taken his oath of office.
Is here, Carlo.
Do solemnly affirm.
Do solemnly affirm.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
Bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
Defend.
Defend.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of a member of the House of Representatives. I,
Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm.
Do solemnly affirm.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
Bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That as a member of the House of Representatives.
That as a member of the House of Representatives.
I will perform my functions.
I will perform my functions.
Honestly.
Honestly.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Faithfully.
Faithfully.
In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And the law.
And the law.
And the rules of the House.
And the rules of the House.
And always in the interest of sovereignty.
And always in the interest of sovereignty.
Integrity.
Integrity.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Well-being.
Well-being.
And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That I will strive to preserve.
That I will strive to preserve.
The fundamental objectives.
The fundamental objectives.
And directives, principles.
And directive principles.
Of state policy.
Of state policy.
Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will abide.
And that I will abide.
By the Code of Conduct.
By the Code of Conduct.
Contained in the 5th schedule.
Contained in the 5th schedule.
To the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Done and dusted?
Yes, it is done and dusted. We have presiding officers in the House of Representatives now, and that's Honorable, I think they've even changed the name now. This is now Representative Benjamin Carlo, who is the Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives.
And when you want to look at it, President Bola Tinubu actually dug deep. He actually reached out to men that that they have this legislative experience in politics, talking about Governor Hope Uzodinma, that he was in charge of this technical committee, and talking about the vice president that was so pivotal in talking to the representatives and senators actually to get this result. The vice president has been up and on, talking, negotiating, horse trading with this aggrieved senators.
And exactly. Apart from the role they played, I see a situation where there was going to be a very strong, harmonious relationship between the executive and the National Assembly, bearing in mind that the president was a senator. In the Bosch Republic, that's 92-93, we have the vice president, who was also a senator, and we have the first lady, who was
Senator, Lagos Central.
Exactly. You have the secretary to the government of the federation, was also a senator. So there is going to be that smooth relationship.
The chief of staff to the president, immediate speaker.
So by tomorrow, he will also become the official chief of staff to the president. So these are issues that we'll expect that there will be that smooth, harmonious relationship between these two arms of government. And we believe that it should be to our benefit. It should be to the benefit of Nigerians. This is a situation where we must continue to, sound in their ears that let's have a very productive, let's have good bills like the one that was just signed yesterday, I guess, the student loan bill. These are the kind of bills we'll expect. We don't need people to just bench warm.
And the 2023 power bill.
Exactly. You know, these are very, very important bills that we'll expect in the National Assembly. Let National Assembly not just be a home of protesters, of home of people, you know, agitating. Why that should not be discouraged, but by the time they do their job, they act as watchdog to the executive. Trust me, we will have less of complaint, we have less of protest, and we'll see governance, you know, moving with the speed of light.
All is set for the 10th Assembly now. The leadership election done and dusted as at this time yesterday. We weren't sure. But right now, yes, right now we have the leaders of the 10th Assembly, both upper and lower legislative chamber. Don't forget that they're just 109 in the Senate, so it was easy to conduct that election. And by the time Godswill Akpabio crossed the Rubicon of 55 votes, you know, I just saw the Deputy Speaker. What's the name of that Deputy Speaker? Deputy Senate President. He was the one counting it behind me. And by the time he got to 55, it was clear that it is mathematically impossible for anybody to surpass that.
That's the threshold. That's the threshold. Because when we have 109, you know, the one that emerged, is it Barrow? Okay, the current Deputy President, that is Senator Jibril Barrow, and that's to let you know that, and for him, you know, his fate was dependent on Akpabio being emerged as the president of the Senate.
Joint tickets, so sort of.
Exactly, because when you look at the balance of power, for someone to come from the south-south, automatically from the zonal arrangement is going to go back to the north. So he knows that the likes of Senator Orji Uzor will not go into contest. So he has equal stake like that of Senator Akpabio. So it was
we allay the fears of some people that says they wouldn't want a party that is dominated by just people with one faith. So right now what we have now is Godswill Akpabio from the South Christian. Exactly.
I think it's a very sensitive
house that we
exactly, and that's one of the things that the president emphasized on, that is important for us to look at this religious sensitivity of many Nigerians. You know, why those who probably voted for Yari, their argument is when you have the executive being headed by the southerner, when you have the judiciary being headed by the southerner, probably you should consider the northerner. But trust me, these are all permutations of some selfish politicians. It is about, let's see who can do the job. Let's see who is religiously tolerant. And that is what matters at every point in time. Let's see who is not bothered about which religion you practice. It is about you as a Nigerian. It is about your right as a citizen. And let us have people-oriented views. I'm very much interested in that.
And the balance is what we are looking at. And don't forget, from 1999, we've had a couple of speakers, and we also had, you know, back-to-back Senate presidents, and it started from Chief Evans Ewerem in 1999. Ewerem, you know, the controversial Evan or Evans Ewerem, if you remember. Yes, Evan or Evans, if you remember that controversy that time. But because the president was from the southwest part of the country, as at that time under the People's Democratic Party, from 1999 we had Evans Ewerem and Kaide.
But maybe because of some of these people who are much older, who probably want to know what happened. You know, as far back as 1979, we have Joseph Wise, who was the then president of the Senate. And for those people who also wondered, when was Senator Bola Tinubu, when was he a senator? Yes, then in 92 to 93, we have the president of the Senate, then Yosha Ayu, who was,
as a Senate president. Exactly. Yes, and he was the chairman House Committee on Banking, Finance and Appropriation as far back as that time,
92, 93. And in 1999, like you were referring to, we have Evan Ewerem, And from there, that is from the People's Democratic Party. Then he was impeached, at a time. Then we have Chuba Okadigbo, who took over in August.
Some fair share of turbulence during that time, and having Evans Ewerem, Chuba Okadigbo, Ken Namani, Adolphus Wabara, back to back.
Okay, so we have the governors now. You can see Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu
of Kogi State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State.
Exactly, and the former governor of Kano State, Ganduje.
Abdullahi Ganduje. And I also saw the quiet man, the new chairman of the Governors Forum, that's Governor Latif.
Okay, from Kwara State.
From Kwara State, very, very quiet. We just went by him. He's the new chairman of the Governors Forum.
Okay, we also have the governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun, that's from Ogun State. And we also have definitely the governor of Abia State. Is expected to be there.
Man, the only governor from Labour Party.
Okay, that's Alex Oti. Then we also have Bago there, Honorable Bago, who is also...
Bago is the new Niger State governor.
Oh, sorry, that's the
Bago,
new Niger State governor.
He's an active member
and that's the deputy governor of Edo State.
The deputy governor of Edo State, that's Philip Shaibu, Honorable Philip Shaibu, deputy governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu. So you can see it's the chamber is star-studded. We have a lot of old representatives, old lawmakers.
We're still talking about, can you tell us the significance of these executive governors attending this kind of occasion?
Yes, they have friends, well-wishers. They have people from their constituency. Don't forget, we've broken it down earlier, that compulsory for 36 states, we have 3 senators coming from your constituency. And for Lagos, Babajide Sanwo-Olu is coming to felicitate with 24 House of Representative members that are coming from Lagos and 3 senators today. The same thing goes to the governor of Kano and NNPP. They have representative here. They also have the slot for 24. Lagos and Kano have the both share that 24, making it the highest, across the federation out of 360.
And some may be wondering that why, okay, we can see them still congratulating themselves. That's Honorable Betara, who stepped down. I think that's to say thank you for a job well done. And we also have Yusuf Gaji.
Yes, and the majority leader.
You see Dogua.
Ado Dogua, he wanted to throw his hat in the ring, but he listened to the party leaders, and when he saw that the coast actually wasn't clear, he had to step down from that race. But all is good now, right now, good. The All Progressive Congress, they've maintained their dominance in the National Assembly, they've maintained their dominance in the Senate, and they maintained that dominance.
After the Saraki's episode.
Yeah. So a lot of people were not happy about that particular episode of the Senate, the Ninth Senate, Ninth Assembly, where you had some people at the International Conference Center meeting all Progressive Congress members. Majority of them, they were at the International Conference Center meeting. And before you should say Jack Robinson, Saraki, Emirate, and the Senate President.
And the meeting they went for never took place.
It never took place, and the President could not even attend to them.
It was quite dramatic. While some have lauded it as the best National Assembly they had, probably some were milking on that differences they were having with the executive. But when you look at the postulation, the principle of separation of powers, as if the executive is at loggerheads with the judiciary, the legislature. No, that's not the meaning of separation of power. Exactly.
But if they can work harmoniously to the benefit of Nigerians, sign more bills. The number of bills that you sign, the number of bills that you get accented to at the end of the day. 1,210 bills were actually raised by the Ninth Senate. At the end of the day, 500 of them went through second reading, and the President actually accented 150 of those bills. That shows productivity, and that is unprecedented since 1999, Kyrie.
Interesting, and that's to let us know that I hope these bills are not just signed by few members of the National Assembly. We expect that every member who is representing a particular federal constituency must be seen to be active, must be doing something,
Yes,
not
yes.
just any kind of bill,
You raise
but
motions,
exactly.
You participate actively. You are not voted there to be a bench woman. We can have 360
And not a sleeping senator or sleeping member of the House of Representatives.
Legislators.
Exactly.
They are not part-time senators. They are full-time senators, and they must meet that threshold of 180 days out of 360 days of legislative sittings.
And it's also important to let people know, people who are wondering, how do we have 109 senators and we have 360 House of Representatives members? It is important to know, like he mentioned, that we have 24 members in the House of Representatives in Kano and 24 in Lagos. It is usually about the population. It is usually about the numerical strength. It is only in the senatorial seat that you have, you know, same thing except in federal capital where you have one.
44 local governments.
Exactly.
Yes.
And Lagos, by constitution, has 20 local governments.
And 37 local council development areas.
And that is
LCDAs.
and that is even the new Kano. When we now merge the old Kano, that's the Jigawa, and the current Kano, we'll be talking about 77 local governments. But I believe that these issues will be looked into, because we've had some regions complaining that when it comes to voting like this, if it is going to be done regionally, they are going to have problems. For example, in Southeast, because we have 5 states, we have 15 senators, unlike the Northwest that has 21 senators, because it is 3 times 7 that you have in that.
For one more states.
But then people look at the issue of the land mass too. When you look at the land mass, so it is neither here nor there. But what is important is, let's come to the table, let's have a robust discussion, and we should also put into consideration the cost of governance, the cost of maintaining those people. That debate will continue to happen, because it has happened in Senegal, where we have, you know, just one chamber. We don't have bicameralism in Senegal. But here in Nigeria,
Senator Ibn Nala actually nailed it, that during his valedictory session, he actually told us that, look, by the time you say the Senate should be scrapped and the honors will be on the House of Representatives, the northern part of the country will continue the dominance ahead of any. They will be far, far ahead when you look at the number of federal constituencies that will be represented, and they will have overwhelming majority when you look at the North Central, North East, North West, you know. And when you look at it with what we have in the South, Southwest, South, and the Southeast, they have overwhelming majority, 22 states, you know.
But, you know, the other side of the argument is that this current president has also taught us that you can negotiate, you can have your way, because that was a fear before this election from Akpabio's camp, that when you look at the North, even in terms of the senatorial seats, it's more than that of the South, because by the time you have 21 from the Northwest and you have 15 from the Southeast, you can catch up with the number. So what did they have to do? They have to reach out to the Northerners to say, let's be a bit religious sensitive, and don't also forget that the likes of Akpabio also sow a seed that is reaping. This was a man who stepped down for the president. Exactly. Yes, during the presidential race. So, and when you now have someone who probably, you know, when you have someone who probably,
when you have the mix in the National Assembly, Kaide, this Asuko James, this National Assembly is going to be the first time we are going to have this kind of coloration in the National Assembly. We have all parties represented, like 8 political parties in all.
Yes, this is unprecedented. Even from the configuration of the general election, we are already seeing signs. And I think from the general election, it cascaded down to what you are saying today. And but I think from all indication and from what you have seen this afternoon, the ruling party has been able to galvanize, and they've been able to come together to see how they can bring everybody in one plate, one full plate, in that.
represented.
Yes, the All Progressive,
the People's Democratic Party,
you know, and the NNPP, and also Labour Party, you know.
Don't forget the All Progressive Grand Alliance
is also here
represented, and don't forget the
SDP,
and don't forget the NNPP in Kano, and don't forget we still have YPP, a certain Senator Ifai Yuba is from the Youth Democratic Party,
and he has been there for a very long time. So this is we just hope that from the National Assembly we'll be seeing more debates. We just don't want to see people just saying, okay, fine, the highs have it, and that is it. No, we want to see debates so that Nigerians will know the quality of bills that are being passed, and then the quality of bills that the president will be assenting to. So from everything, this is a welcome development, because we will need that synergy between the legislature and the executive.
Tajuddin Abbas, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria Federal Constituency, will perform his function and taking over effectively from the clerk of the House. I think is going to be swearing in 360 members of the House of Representatives formally after the election. That is next on the list of the agenda.
That will be his first official duty as a new Speaker of the House of Representatives.
I hope I'm not being petty here. You know, when I look at this current speaker and I see that he's well lettered, this is a doctor, you know, and a PhD holder. And you remember the episode that happened in '99 when we have the Salisu Buhari. Let's look at this handing over.
From the 9th speaker to the 10th speaker, official handing over. Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila from Surulere Federal Constituency is about to officially hand over the baton or the gavel.
Yes. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Full rancor-free process. On behalf of members of the House of the 9th Assembly and I believe the 10th Assembly, I congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of the 10th Assembly. I wish you well. It's not an easy feat, but from what I know, you will do a good job. These are your members, we are your members, and I congratulate you, and on behalf of them, I hand over notes as the Speaker of the 9th Assembly. This will be a guide to you, and I hope you continue from where I left. Congratulations, and God bless you.
Over he's going to resume his duty, his new responsibility as the Chief of Staff to the President.
Tomorrow. Interesting. It's quite interesting to know that I was just saying before we had him, that handover ceremony, that is a well-lettered man, a doctor. We believe that it's just not going to be with just mere certificate. We are going to see intelligent bills being passed. We are going to see people's plight being attended to. We are going to see people saying, we want to watch proceedings. We want to watch what is happening at the National Assembly. Rather than seeing them as people who are collecting humongous salaries, we should rather see them as people who are representing the interests of Nigerians, because these are actually the representatives of Nigerians, and it's important that they do not forget that important role. And let's listen to him. I think he is going to deliver his speech.
You should notice something. The former speaker, let me use the former speaker now, he said that they will be sworn in. So meaning he also will be sworn in a matter of minutes. Then tomorrow, he will officially take a new role and a new job in Nigeria as the Chief of Staff to the President.
That's a good one for Femi Gbajabiamila. And that's also to say that
2003 to 2019 and to 2023.
Yes.
Yes, 5-time member of the House of Representatives, and he gave a good account of himself as the leader of that house. He almost won the election in 2015, But Yakubu Dogara won in with like 7 votes. We had an exercise like this.
Yeah, that was a protest vote.
Yes.
So it's quite important to also let people know, for those who were asking the question, that, while he was the speaker, could he have taken such appointment from the presidency? And I'm sure that at the journalist hangout, you must have done justice to that. But just to remind people that his work
Thursday last week.
Exactly.
That was the last session of the House of Representatives. It was the Senate that they had the session Saturday. So effectively, he handed over last week.
Exactly. So
we'll begin in a matter of minutes.
For all the members elect,
360 members from 774 local governments across the Federal Republic of Nigeria will take the oath of office now. The first responsibility to be conducted by Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Let's take a listen.
Do solemnly swear, affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Oath of a member of House of Representatives. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Congratulations, everybody.
The 10th Assembly, we have the leaders. For the Senate, we have the chairman of the National Assembly, that's Godswill Akpabio, Senator Godswill Akpabio.
So we have a clear outlook of what it looks like now. We have the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We have the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We have the President of the Senate. We have the Speaker. I see a lot of people, using these words wrongly. What we have are presiding officers. The next job will be the principal officers, where we'll have the majority leader, we have the minority leader, which are going to be determined by the party's caucus, at both chambers. So I'm sure that will happen, and then we'll now go into who is chairing a particular committee, and now they will actually, as much as this word should not be encouraged, they call it the juicy committee.
That will come in just a matter of time. Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Zaria Federal Constituency. Imagine, it used to be the committee chairman on transport, imagine as the speaker, and the deputy speaker from Abia Federal Constituency, and
yeah. That's Benjamin Kalu. Benjamin Kalu. We must also remind you that Benjamin Kalu was the spokesperson of the House of Representatives in the Night Assembly. It was quite, that's one important thing. Whatever you were given, be best at it. You never can tell. Maybe someone like Tajuddin Abbas may have looked at it that, what am I going to do with transportation? Now, this has yielded result, because if it doesn't have good antecedents, trust me, he may not be up here to be saying he wants to be the Speaker of the 10th Assembly. They are having handshakes with the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Deputy. So we can see them submitting the paper they read as a oath of office, which must have been signed by all the members of the House of Representatives. 360 people like to say that the members of the House of Representatives are quite younger. This is Abdul Jabrin. You want to speak to them?
Thank you so much,
Speaker, former speaker. But we will see whether we can still have him speak to us. But what is important is the fact that a whole lot of things. That's Abdulmumin Jibri has gone back. We will still find a way of speaking to him. He almost joined us now, but I guess.
Right, that's Honorable James Abiodun Faleke from Ikeja Federal Constituency there, the Secretary of the National Campaign Council, the National Council. 1 minute, Honorable. And we have a member of the House of Representatives that eventually stepped down at the last minute. How do you feel? How are you, sir?
I'm good, right, Honorable Yusuf Adamugagdi OON. I feel good that the elections have been conducted. A new speaker have emerged. With the deputy speaker, we wish them well. I am with my brother, whom have been leading us, Honorable Muktari Betara CON.
How do you feel? Were you compelled in any way?
No way.
Okay.
It's
your full support.
It's a request from the president, and we have to honor him.
I want to congratulate you. I want to thank you.
Thank you very
much. Yes, those are the major contenders before this election. And I was afraid.
And now you have just confirmed it that the president reached out to him. And he sees it as a big honor for the president to consider him as a major stakeholder. Trust me, if he was just a small fry, he wouldn't have been called. He wouldn't have been consulted. And you know what it means in politics. When you listen to such a leader, there is definitely going to be a reward someday.
They were top runners. But at the end of the day, we must just choose one person to emerge as the speaker. This is just first among equals, primus inter pares. It's not as if the other lawmakers are not up to the task, but one person must emerge as the speaker of the House of Representatives.
And it has to just be one person, and that one person has been congratulated, it's been celebrated. We'll find a way of speaking to more people to join us, to tell us how they feel about the outcome. But it is clear without saying, when you have 353 out of 360, what else? It's probably the only opponent and few other persons who are very loyal to the opponent that voted for Wase. But it's been done and dusted, like you said. Let's begin to talk about the principal officers. Let's begin to talk about some other issues that will determine the health of this 10th assembly.
Okay, we just want to break this news. The president of the Senate has arrived, the presidential villa, to meet with the president, Bola Tinubu.
That's the chairman of the National Assembly now. That's Senator
Godswill Akpabio. So he will be meeting with the president of the federation. So we'll be giving you updates from time to time as we get more information.
So I think with the emergence of the new speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, I think he's going to join the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to meet with the honorables that were actually nominated by their political party. I think APC did their homework well right now, and they were able to have their way in the two houses. That's the Senate and the House of Representatives. That the All Progressive Congress maintaining a kind of dominance and lead, the control in both houses, but they can't do it alone. They were able to reach out to other political parties like the People's Democratic Party. When you look at the result of the House of Representative election, you will know that it was in collaboration with honorables from the People's Democratic Party, honorables from the Labour Party, honorables from the New Nigerian People's Party, honorables from the Youth People's Democratic Party, and the All Progressive Grand Alliance, and not forgetting the Social Democratic Party, SDP. They were able to reach out to get the kind of results. It's so overwhelming at the National Assembly. That's the House of Representatives. When you look at the outcome of that particular exercise, that Honorable Tajuddin Abbas and Benjamin Kalu actually now being
That's it. There you have it, the inauguration of the 10th Assembly. 10th Assembly now has its presiding officers. Godswill Akpabio has been elected the President of the Senate and has taken his oath of office. We heard that he's now at the presidential villa, meeting with the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The former Akwa Ibom governor polled 63 votes to defeat Abdulaziz Yari, who settled for 46 votes at an election presided over by the clerk of the National Assembly earlier today. Voting commenced at exactly 8:45 a.m. on a state-by-state basis and ended at exactly 9:15 a.m. Also, major contenders for the Senate presidency had on Monday withdrawn from the race to support Godswill Akpabio, who is the consensus candidate of the All Progressives Congress. Meanwhile, Barau Jibrin has also been elected deputy president of the Senate unopposed. Well, the live pictures on your screen from the House of Representatives, where moments ago we saw Tajuddin Abbas being elected the Speaker of the House of Representatives. He polled 352 votes, 53 votes rather, to win that particular election. He ran against Aminu Jaji, who scored 3 votes, as well as Idris Wase, who also scored 3 votes. He's now the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Just like we saw play out in the Senate, Benjamin Kalu also returned unopposed as the Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Just to give you some updates or brief background to these men, Tajuddin Abbas is from Kaduna State. In the 9th Assembly, 9th House of Reps rather, he was the Chairman Land Transport Committee. Benjamin Kalu is from Abia State. He's now the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps. He was a spokesperson of the House of Representatives, that's the 9th House of Representatives. Godswill Akpabio is from Akwa Ibom, the man who has held a lot of positions, perhaps why he was the favorite of his party, the APC, and that's beyond zoning by region. He was the Senate Minority Leader. He's also been the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, and he was a 2-time governor of Akwa Ibom State. And his deputy, Jibrin Barau, is from Kano State and was the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation in the 9th Assembly and the chairman of the Senate Committee on Tertiary Education and TED Fund in the 8th Assembly. A lot of people had expected to see some level of defiance and battle, especially in the House of Representatives. But in the very last days and very last hour, we saw a lot of people dropping out of the race. For example, Betaradi dropped out of the race. Jaji also dropped out of the race, and it did leave some sort of open door for Tajuddin Abbas to emerge. Hello and thanks for joining us. You're still watching TVC News coverage of the inauguration of the 10th Senate and the House of Representatives. Godswill Akpabio has now been elected as the president of the Senate and has taken his oath of office. The former Akwa Ibom governor polled 63 votes to defeat Abdulaziz Yari, who settled for 46 votes at an election presided over by the clerk of the National Assembly earlier today. Voting commenced at exactly 8:45 a.m. on a state-by-state basis and ended at exactly 9:15 a.m. Some major contenders for the Senate presidency had on Monday withdrawn from the race to support Godswill Akpabio, who is the consensus candidate of the All Progressives Congress. Meanwhile, Barau Jibrin has also been elected deputy president of the Senate unopposed. The new president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has also sworn in senators-elect of the 10th National Assembly. Mr. Akpabio performed this first duty shortly after taking the oath of office. The Senate is made up of 109 members, with 3 from each state of the Federation. The Senate adjourned plenary to tomorrow. Let's turn attention to the House of Representatives, where Tajuddin Abbas has been elected Speaker of the House, and he has since taken the oath of office. He polled 353 votes to defeat other contenders. 360 members-elect were expected to be inaugurated, but one of the lawmakers-elect, Ismaila Manchi, died ahead of today's event. Let's now turn our attention to Kano State, but still on legislative business. Yusuf Fagore of the New Nigeria People's Party has emerged Speaker of the 10th State House of Assembly. Mr. Fagore represents Rogo State constituency. His emergence comes after his nomination by member representing Dala constituency, Lawal Hussein, and seconded by Musa Kachako, a member representing Takai constituency. Muhammad Butu Butu has also emerged the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly. They have been sworn in by the acting clerk of the House, Ali Maji. And the Adamawa State House of Assembly passed 67 bills into law and 63 resolutions in 4 years. That's according to Speaker of the 7th Assembly, Aminu Abbas, at a valedictory session in Yola. Mr. Abbas expressed concern over lack of people's interest in some critical bills passed into law by the 7th Assembly, noting that the development is an anticlimax of the Assembly's meritorious service. The outgoing Speaker urged the incoming 8th Assembly to be digital compliant to enhance its legislative duties. Mr. Abbas thanked all members of the 7th Adamawa Assembly for their unflinching cooperation.
Yes, clerk, what's the next item? Mr. Thomas, report of proceedings of Wednesday, 7th June 2020, into the Chamber. And now, the question, those in favor say aye. The House approves it. Subject to the
Two other stories. More than 2,000 agro-rangers from across Adamawa State have been drafted to forestall any farmer-herder conflict ahead of this year's farming season. The state commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps in Adamawa State stated this at a town hall meeting with stakeholders in Yola. Correspondent Owolabi Adenusi filed in this report. I'll bring you that report in as subsequent bulletins to other stories. Let's now turn our attention to Nasarawa State, where leaders of the All Progressives Congress in Cairo local government have revealed plans to sanction the former chairman of the council, Samuel Akala, for engaging in anti-party activities. Godwin Agwam tells us more.
The crisis in the Nasarawa State House of Assembly is gradually becoming a matter of grave growing concern, as no faction is willing to budge an inch. Leaders of the party in the state have thrown their weight behind their preferred choice of assembly members, citing reasons for doing so. The most recent is a press conference addressed by the former local government chairman of Cairo, Samuel Akala, accusing the governor of bias and describing the Ibrahim Balarabe-led assembly as illegal. These utterances did not go down well with leaders of the APC in Cairo local government. At this press conference, the APC leaders moved to sanction the former chairman of the council for engaging in anti-party activities.
We therefore want to use this press conference to distance ourselves on behalf of the good people of Cairo local government for the utterances made by the former chairman of Cairo local government against our amiable governor. We unequivocally state that the utterances and action of Honorable Akala are uncalled for and unfortunate, and he will be sanctioned appropriately.
They exonerate the governor of any bias and declare that he is following the rule of law.
He is acting based on the rule of law by recognizing the assembly, the members that were duly sworn in by the clerk of the house. I think that was what happened. Any other thing short of that is left for them.
He did not just wake up and just say, I want Balarabe to be the speaker. No, he consulted the party. He consulted stakeholders. We, the stakeholders, he consulted us. And we are in agreement with his preferences.
The APC leaders declared their support for the Ibrahim Balarabe-led assembly and assured the governor of their unwavering loyalty. Godwin Agwam, TVC News, Cairo.
We'll take a break now. We'll return with more stories and our continued coverage of the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly. Stay with us.
Hey, big head. Oh yeah, sorry. Where are you?
I'm at the bus stop.
Dinner is ready and mommy wants you to come home.
Come in as soon as I get a bus.
Join Morayo Afolabi Brown, the host of Nigeria's top breakfast show, Your View, on an inspiring journey through a highly anticipated debut book, Becoming the Queen of Talk TV. Experience Morayo's remarkable career and rapid rise to success as she shares a captivating story, Don't miss the chance to meet Morayo Afolabi Brown, an exceptional TV host and media expert at the glamorous unveiling event in June 2023. The event will feature special guests, including former First Lady Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari as Mother of the Day, Chief Razak Okoya as Chief Launcher and Father of the Day, and the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the special guest of honor. Prepare for an enthralling read and save the date for this glamorous book unveiling in June 2023.
Every morning is an opportunity to take your hustle to the next level. Every morning is one day closer to your ambition. So, make every morning count. Cup after cup, morning after morning. Start strong, finish strong. Nescafe.
Lagos is the most visited state in Africa as the 5th largest economy on the continent. Covering the state and its government is no mean feat. It's a busy beat. We go beyond the curtain of tapes to traveling far into the deep.
I want to thank the Lagos State government for the healthcare facility.
To bring stories that cut across all spectrums.
A greater Lagos shall be ours.
We tell you stories that define our collective well-being as Lagosians. I'm Adedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching TVC News. Let's now turn to Taraba State, where Governor Kefas has asked the People's Democratic Party and traditional rulers in the state to suggest names of people for appointment as commissioners and special advisors. The PDP chairman in the state, Abubakar Bawa, said the governor directed the party to liaise with traditional institutions to present credible names. Mr. Bawa said the party has therefore ordered critical stakeholders across the 16 local government areas to carry out wide consultation with the traditional institution for a credible list. He appreciated the governor for involving the party and other stakeholders in decision-making.
Excellency Dr. Abu Kefas, the executive governor of Taraba State, has already directed the party to give him input on the appointment of commissioners, local government chairmen, and advisors, special assistants, board members, board chairmen, and so. So he already directed that we should liaise with the stakeholders of each of the local government, with the traditional institutions, with all other aspects of the society, the women, the youths, so that he wants us to come up with very credible people, especially youths, because that was his promise during his campaign.
As part of activities marking the 3rd decade of Nigerian democratic government, an Osun-based group of rights activists has urged governments at all levels not to commercialize the June 12 celebration. The spokesperson of the group addressed journalists in Osogbo as part of activities marking the 2023 Democracy Day. He said commercialization of June 12 will reduce the value of the day. The group also appealed to President Bola Tinubu to ensure speedy implementation of a new minimum wage that would reduce hardship caused by the subsidy removal.
This is the first time the President of Nigeria will consider the interests of the masses. by signing into law the electricity bill. So there are so many things President Tinubu can do to suppress the unending press and bank of many Nigerians created by the greedy politicians and head of states who have come before him.
We need a people-driven refinery. A refinery that will be in tandem with the promise of government as representing the interest of the people. The political head of this government was part and parcel of the farewell to poverty project of MKO 1993, Hope 1993. Therefore, the renewed hope should look into that direction of saving our people from unending poverty.
Let's cross over to the National Assembly now, where we'll continue our coverage of the inauguration of the 10th Assembly.
The processes were so transparent and open. Nobody is twisted. The National Assembly were allowed to have a free choice. At the end of the day, our party won. At the end of the day, Nigerians won. And this is the beauty of democracy in this country. And I want to assure Nigerians that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is indeed a government of all inclusivity. And I urge each and everyone to give maximum support. And let us see what we can do for this administration, and not even what the administration can do for us. Because it is what we do for Nigeria that will make Nigeria stand on her feet, and we can be proud of this great nation. So we have seen it demonstrated today in the parliamentary of this great nation. From my expectations are that from this very moment onward, they should settle down, bring everybody that are aggrieved in one way or the other. Let there be inclusivity. Every region, every gender, every age group, and everybody in this country should be included, should be brought on board, and let them settle down and begin to carry out the legislative business and support the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu so that our hope can be renewed and will continue to be alive. Thank you very much.
Well, yes, I mean, I will congratulate all of our 360 members. The process...
Let's hear your assessment of the entire exercise and what your expectations are.
Well, the exercise, in our view, in which all of us have seen, has reflected real democracy at play and party supremacy also across party lines. You know, people have shown that we all can work together, right? An election that has been very transparent, that has reflected the views of all of the members elect, and they've been able to choose their leaders freely, justly, and equitably, right? I'm indeed proud of them. And like we've also seen at the Senate this morning. So I would believe that this will give, a proper stability for our National Assembly, both at the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I imagine they're going to settle in very, very quickly to be able to support the work of the executive, led by His Excellency Mr. President himself. And I imagine that they understand what the responsibilities are and what Nigerians will be expecting of them. So we really just need to wish them all the very best, pray for them, and hope that this 10th Assembly, right, can indeed also do better than the 9th Assembly. We understand that the 9th Assembly was one of the biggest in terms of the bills and everything, but the 10th Assembly have, a target to meet and surpass. So I imagine they're going to settle very, very quickly and be able to begin to pass laws and make decisions that will be beneficial to all Nigerians in respect of what part of the country you come from. So I wish them all the very best, and I want to say congratulations to all Nigerians this morning. Thank you.
Very much.
Yes,
In fact, for the first time unprecedented in the history of National Assembly, a voice voting to authenticate the transparency process. So we are happy that members coordinated themselves very well, and we have brought a new leadership to the 10th Assembly, and we are praying that God will guide them so that they will work with us, in the executive and even the judiciary to bring good fortunes to Nigeria. We are facing a lot of issues and challenges as a country, so we need synergy in all arms of government to put all hands on deck for the prosperity of Nigeria.
Was a leader of the and you recall what happened at the time when the last election was held, and those who did not support the person who elected somewhat alienated on the floor of the house. Now, with your experience and the power that you have now, how are you going to step in to ensure that does not happen again in this assembly?
No, definitely. Ours is advisory, and we're going to advise them very well to do the right thing, because prosperity of any assembly needs membership. So we are hopeful that we'll talk to the speaker and his team to make sure they carry everybody along so that Nigeria will benefit from the 10th Assembly. Thank you. How now?
And congratulations to Nigerians.
Yes, your name, sir.
My name is Kingsley Chinda, member representing Obiabo Federal Constituency. I'm an Ikure man from Rivers State.
So tell us your assessment of the entire process and what Nigerians expect from this 10th House.
Well, clearly the process is a little bit different from what we used to see. I think that the whole issue of a transparent NAS, an open NAS, has started from the elections that was conducted, and I pray that the Speaker and his team, the incoming team, will continue to build on that. The Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, is one with impeccable records, and our prayers for him is wisdom. Our prayers for him is that this should be another feather by the time he concludes as Speaker, that Nigerians will be happy and will yearn for more persons like him, and that he will not disappoint many of us that supported him. And all that can only happen if God is with him, which I believe.
In support of the open ballot system, I don't think the open ballot system had any in influencing the outcome of this election.
No doubt, open ballot system will clearly make members understand that if you pitch your tent with anybody, there is no need to attempt to deceive, because at the end of the day, it's going to be an open ballot system. But you know what comes with a secret ballot system. People hobnob with all the candidates, knowing that at the end of the day, you won't even know where they have voted. So I believe that the open ballot system is the best for us.
Your full name, sir. Sorry, your full name.
Kingsley Chinda, member representing Obiabo Federal Constituency in Rivers State.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us your name and your
I am Honorable Prince Bayo Balogun, member representing Ibeju Lekki Federal Constituency, the economic and industrial, emerging economic and industrial hub of Nigeria.
So why did the House have to adopt the open ballot system when we saw Senate take it?
Well, actually, after every administration, beginning of every administration, the House rule is amended based on many factors. This last one was amended in 2020. It was not just done now. It was done in 2020. The previous one was in 2016. So it is not what that was actually done. And many other alterations actually went into the game. So that is what we have in the rule book, and that's what we actually did.
Thank you, sir.
And I wish him well. Just before you go, there are two questions. With regard to the 10th Assembly, what are your expectations of the 10th Assembly that it should prioritize? Also, the issue of ministerial list for the President. Would you be pushing for him to present that list with portfolios attached to it?
Well,
in terms of expectations, we have a good, well, not a good number. We have some members from the 9th Assembly that are going into the 10th Assembly. They are the foundation of this assembly, and I believe that, and I hope that they will build on the work. The 10th Assembly will build on the work that we've done in the 9th Assembly, and that's a lot. Some work is unfinished. I expect them to finish off that job. Constitutional amendment, and the issue of gender parity, and so many other things. Electoral laws remains unfinished, even though a strong foundation has been laid. And I believe I expect the 10th Assembly to build on those things. And I expect them to, beyond that, begin to break new frontiers in terms of legislative work. As you know, Nigeria is a very complex, very massive country, and things will continue to happen. Things will continue to, situations will continue to come up. And I believe that this 10th Assembly should be able to rise up to those situations and help the executive and the president in governing and taking this country to another level.
What a ministerial list. Portfolios attached.
Well, ministerial list. As you know, the president has about 60 days by law now to present his ministerial list. So that is coming. Whether he chooses to present with or without portfolio, that's his prerogative, and I believe he will do the right thing, as he has been doing since he was sworn into office. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Moshood Olanriwaju from Lagos Penang Federal Constituency in Lagos State. Well, the first thing that was clear from the election we had was the total acceptance of the Speaker. If you look at, I don't think in the history of this House, a Speaker has ever emerged with such difference. So the first thing we should understand is that the whole House is behind the Speaker. So which is very good, and that means that we are united in purpose, in goals, and in everything. So Nigerians should expect the very best from this House, because it's a combination of so many intelligent people from different background, different experience.
Did you see the open ballot system in the game changer?
Well, I think it's beautiful, because at the end of the day, why should you be afraid to show who you're voting for? You should be proud to say this is what I'm voting for. So for me, I think it's a very beautiful one. And I think every other houses should adopt it. It shows where you are. So your constituents know that they've sent you on an errand and they know you are delivering that message. Everybody that has voted here today has voted based on what their constituent wants. So basically, for me, I think it's beautiful. Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Comrade Chinedu Oga Owen, member representing the Ikwezasa Federal Constituency. I'm from Ebonyi State.
You aspire to be the Deputy Speaker?
Yes, yes.
It doesn't seem that you have your way. So how are you relating with this?
It's not about do or die affair. And when my leaders, especially the governor of Ebonyi State, Chief Francis Oboni Wifro, talked to me, and the former SGF and Power Sanyim, and equally the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now called me and told me, my son, this is the way you want it to be. I have to abide by the rule. I'm a party man. I once executive of a party. And that is why I abide by the rule to support the anointed candidate and vote for them.
Are you surprised that the Deputy Speaker still contested this election?
That is a democracy. It's a welcome development. They have shown his strength. So we are not disputing of anybody that contests him.
Now, the open ballot system is the game changer here. We saw in the Senate the secret ballot. Tell us what your opinion is.
Yes, the thing is that he has shown the openness and the stand of each person when there is an open ballot system. And that is all about it. And he have a more free rancor. And it will make the person that elected to know those that vote for him and how to pilot the affair. God bless you.
It's a busy day here at the National Assembly complex. We have seen the election of is a former member and a member-elect who has now become a member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Victor Ogene. Thank you for your time, and tell us your assessment of the entire process. Again, contrary to what we saw at the Senate, which was secret ballot. What we had here was an open ballot system. Tell us your assessment of this exercise.
Well, thank you for having me. First and foremost, what happened in the Senate is in adherence to their own rules, which still carries the secret ballot mode. But in the House of Representatives, I'm aware that the rules were changed to have open ballot, and that is what took place today. For me, it's a new day for democracy. It's the triumph of the people's will, which is what we have always advocated, that members and members-elect should be given the opportunity to choose their own leaders. And today we proudly chose our own leaders.
So will you describe that process as the game changer, the open ballot system that we saw?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that maybe some people who ordinarily would have voted otherwise may have been coerced or forced or afraid to cast their votes. And no, because this House made that rule to make it an open ballot system. And it worked for everybody. It's a win-win situation.
So what next? The election is over. Now we have 2 presiding officers. What next for the 10th House of Representatives?
For me, I think the elections were over even before it started, given the number of high-profile aspirants who stepped down. That made the contest not to be too fierce. We are all one, we are brothers, we are colleagues, we are associates. And so with the elections over, it is down to work. There are a lot of things to be done in these 4 years going forward. And I'm sure that the Speaker will hit the ground running, given the number of bills he also inspired and got passed in the 9th Assembly.
Thank you so very much, sir. Of course, the expectation is that the new leadership of the 10th House of Representatives will indeed hit the ground running, and that much has been said by the newly elected Speaker. So now with me is another member who will also talk to us about today's proceedings. Welcome, sir, to TVC News.
Thank you very much.
Tell us your name and your constituency.
My name is Boyega Isiaka from Yewa North Imekwafon, Federal Constituency of Ogun State.
It's your first time in the Parliament. Tell us how your experience is today that we have seen in this election so far.
Well, it's interesting, expectedly intriguing. I mean, we knew the number of aspirants some 3-4 weeks ago, but here today we have only 3 people that were, that were nominated and who also accepted the nomination. So when you see how the number has been able to come down, I think it's good for democracy. I think in all, what I would say is that competency has triumphed, capacity has triumphed, nationhood, the spirit of building nationhood has also triumphed here today. And I'm happy that I'm part of this whole process that has led us to where we are today. And I'm expecting, that as we go into the into the administration proper, with a new president that has shown a lot of faith and a lot of capacity in the last 1 or 2 weeks. I think Nigerians are in for very interesting times ahead.
Yes, talking about the open ballot system, what we saw in the Senate was actually different. We saw the secret ballot system. Now, coming here to see that the open ballot system was used, how will you describe it as a way of coercing members to actually vote for the party's choice?
Well, I don't think so. It's also by, it wasn't as it was forced on members. It's a part of the rule that I'm told, I wasn't here, was made almost 4 years ago. And therefore, if there must be a reason for it. The important thing is that these are all mature men and women that are here on this floor. And I expect everybody to be able to come out and say exactly what is in mind. I mean, despite the numbers that we have in support of the candidate I emerge eventually, we see how people that voted against him. So I think it's a matter of choice. The argument could be neither here nor there as to which one is better. But as far as I'm concerned, since it is in conformity with the rule that was actually agreed upon, I think it's another.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We will see more members in time to come. We see here
the proceedings are still on in the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker will be giving his acceptance speech, and so we will also be able to analyze this speech to be able to tell Nigerians what to expect in the 10th House of Representatives.
It was a very good process. It was a process that threw up 2 round holes in 2 round pegs in 2 round holes. So effective people, qualified people to lead the 10th Assembly, and I'm so proud of them. So proud of the accomplishments, particularly what the Speaker has done and what the Deputy Speaker has also done.
Okay, so what's your expectation for this 10th Assembly?
Our expectation that, given the way the elections went, you see that the Speaker scored 353 votes. The other 2 contestants scored 33 each. And these 353 votes came from about 7 or 8 political parties. What it tells you is that we are going to work as a team to take Nigeria, to move Nigeria forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you.
Good to see you. You are very loud on Twitter, and then you have also been very involved in this electioneering process.
I'm the spokesperson of the campaign.
Absolutely. What's your review of how the process went today?
Well, I believe it was broadcast live to the whole world. I believe TVC also, it was smooth, it was transparent, it was clear. No magu-magu, and you could see that the will of the members prevailed. An overwhelming victory. In fact, in 2019, 9th Assembly, we thought Honorable Gbajabiamila's win with 282 votes or so, we thought it was landslide. We've never had something like that. But this one, incredible.
353.
Incredible.
Now, the concerns of many Nigerians is that your party, APC, has had its way.
Yeah.
Unlike what happened in 2015.
Yeah.
How much of oversight function and making the executive accountable are we going to see from the 10th Assembly?
Well, it's only those that don't understand the parliamentary process. They are the ones that are worried about the parties getting involved in the leadership of the House. That's the standard practice. The most solid democracy in the world is the United States democracy, which I like to cite. If you look at what happened when some districts were flipped from blue to red, immediately the Republican Party got involved, and the leader of the party, the former President Donald Trump, got involved and said Speaker McCarthy had to be the Speaker. So it's going to be cooperation with the executive, like the landslide bills we passed at the last assembly. We're going to continue to pass landslide bills.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's the inaugural session of the 10th National Assembly. We're reaching you live from the 3-arm zone here in
Right, we'll come away from that coverage of the inauguration of the 10th Assembly just to go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll continue with other stories. Stay with us.
Every morning is an opportunity to take your hustle to the next level. Every morning is one day closer to your ambition. So, make every morning count. Cup after cup, morning after morning. Start strong, finish strong. Nescafe.
Hey, big head. Oh, yeah, sorry. Where are you?
I'm at the bus stop.
Dinner is ready and mommy wants you to come home.
Come in as soon as I get a bus.
And you're watching TVC News. Let's bring you updates on other stories. An activist and a former lecturer at the University of Ibadan, Doyin Odebowale, has urged the federal government to allow states to control their natural resources. Mr. Odebowale, who is the Senior Special Assistant to Ondo State Governor on special duties, spoke at the June 12 Democracy Day lecture held at the International Culture and Event Center in Akure. Ayode Jimurade reports.
It is another June 12th Democracy Day lecture. The lecture was attended by top government officials, activists, civil servants, among others. The guest lecturer, Senior Special Assistant to Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, on special duty, Dr. Doyin Odebowale said there is a disconnect between the governed and political leaders. He said it will be difficult for a country as diverse as Nigeria to achieve progress with a unitary system.
The federal government should not fix salaries and wages for public officials serving the states. Let all the states control their resources and pay taxes to the federal government. The national and state assemblies must enact laws which make development plan alterable.
The state deputy governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, emphasized that the nation should shift from revenue allocation to generation.
A preponderance of Nigerians spread across the land is still anxious to see the fulfillment of the promise of democracy.
Always abide by the elections, because we had a very free and fair election with the presidential election of 1993, but which was annulled by the military. So nobody wants that.
The speakers noted that deepening the inclusion of the people in the socio-economic activities of their respective areas will lead to stability in all spheres. Ayode Jimurade, your TVC News, Akure.
And to Delta State, where Governor Sheriff Oborewori says, despite the challenges confronting Nigeria, democracy is thriving, especially in this present dispensation of 24 years of uninterrupted democratic government. The governor called for unity and cooperation among all parts of the country, as he expressed hope for a better nation. Governor Oborewori spoke to journalists on the background of the commemoration of the country's Democracy Day, June 12.
My name is Wale Raji, member House of Reps, representing the federal constituency of Lagos State.
Absolutely. You saw it firsthand at the Great Chamber. Talk to us about your evaluation of the process.
Well, the whole electoral process was open, transparent, and I believe very credible. I think in the history of the election process for the speakership of the House of Reps, this will probably go down as one of the most transparent and most credible. I mean, nobody could fault the process.
Did you see that coming, Tajuddin Abbas, with 353 votes? Was that something expected from the party?
I wasn't surprised, because Tajuddin Abbas is about the best we could present as Speaker of the House of Reps for the 10th Assembly, taking into consideration the level that Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila has taken the role of the Speaker of the House of Reps to. So we cannot afford to go lower than that. So definitely, if we look at the pedigree of Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, in terms of academics, I mean, he has a PhD. In terms of legislative performance, I mean, he has a record of over 70 bills passed, out of which 21 were assented to. I'm yet to see any legislators since 1999 that has been able to match that.
Honorable Wale Raju, thank you so much for your contribution and congratulations on your inauguration. Well, we're turning attention to gentlemen of the House of Representatives, honorables who have just been sworn in. Honorable, thank you for joining us this hour. Walk us through your evaluation of the process today that saw the emergence of Tajuddin Abbas as the 10th Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Thank you. See, we belong to a party that follow due process. Along the line, we know this is going to happen. Once our party has spoken, giving us direction where we should go, I know definitely we're going to have a rank-of-free session. And alhamdulillah, I was an aspirant in this race. Because of the party decision, I have to state my aspiration. Because it's beyond an individual. You know, it's supposed to be a collective responsibility of everybody to project the hope that Nigerians are yearning for. So I'm not surprised. It was a rank-of-free. It was so smooth. We've never had this kind of election in a long time in House of Rep. 353 votes. That's a massive one.
Very landmark, Honorable. There are over 180 lawmakers on the other side in the 10th House of Representatives. They call them the Rainbow Coalition. And we probably have seen the first workings together, you know, between the ruling party and the opposition party. Is this some sign of what we should be expecting in the coming days?
Yeah, definitely. You see, people outside don't understand the policies of National Assembly. Once you are elected, you are in this house, the lines will be blurred because we operate as, you know, one house. So I'm not surprised. Members knew their onions and well took the decision. So the greater majority, the minority, the majority, will come together. You can see the reflection in the, like APC doesn't have half of the vote we got today. So that is the spirit in the house. We have been maintaining this in the 9th Assembly. We continue the 10th Assembly by the grace of God. If some of us are coming back again, we'll definitely replicate this.
Thank you, Honorable, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right, let's turn to someone else, someone from Bayelsa State who's been also very vocal in the days leading to this election. Only 6 people did not vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. I'm wondering if you were one of them.
Only what?
Only 6 lawmakers did not vote for the Speaker.
Well, of course, that's the essence of democracy.
Indeed.
You don't expect 100% votes sometimes. And you can imagine that for the post of Deputy Speaker, it was unanimous, you know. But for that of Speaker, just 6 people out of 360 people. It's more or less a consensus.
It's considered unprecedented.
Unprecedented.
And we've also seen workings along party lines. What does that mean for the 10th House?
It means that first, the candidate was good to go. And then, of course, members who knew him spoke amongst themselves, considered the possibilities of using him as the right speaker in the 10th Assembly, and then reached out to the new members to ensure that we all work collectively for a peaceful and a successful and a development-oriented 10th Assembly. And I think that's the basis on which this consensus was achieved.
What kind of collaboration should we be looking forward to between this House and the Executive?
The collaboration essentially is to ensure that we have the right laws in place. We help the executive to implement the laws that the House is making, and the laws that the executive require for good governance will also be enhanced by this House to ensure that Nigerians have dividends of democracy.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for your contribution. I'm speaking now with yet another Honorable who has been quite vocal. You led the opposition in support of Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. How do you feel seeing how the voting went today?
I was predicted from beginning because members decided across all political divide, all religious and ethnic divide, that they want a stable and inclusive parliament. And in Tajuddin Abbas and Benjamin Kalu, we were able to find people that can give us that inclusiveness that we want. And not only that, competence, which is very important. 78 bills in 1 year, 21 signed into law, and Carlo 43 and 2 signed into law. And then his ability to reach out to members, and his ability to also understand the diversity, that in these differences, our unity is going to be very strong. I can tell you that I feel fulfilled that 54 members decided to vote, which 354, which is the highest so far in any competitive parliamentary election in Nigeria. That shows the kind of love, and that has laid the foundation for the People's Parliament that Tajuddin Abbas is going to build. A stable parliament that will use the instrument of the parliament in solving critical national problems. I can bet you Nigerians will be so proud that we'll have this crop of leaders.
Very quickly, let's talk about your personal interest in all of this, because you were very vocal on the other side.
Boss was like, a decent fashion designer only gets home at midnight.
Midway.
Man like Osimhen, Papa just a chop Italian league like
These are real housewives of Abuja. Those women are fire. What does OJ say again? A relationship with money is Alhamdulillah.
No one tells a story like we do. Showmax, Africa's original streaming service.
Politics is defined as getting what, where, when, and how. But in the mix, many things come to play to shape the political fortune of any country.
Honorable Minister, that's how you misinform the public.
From the political actors to the electorate, campaign to voting, from debates to policy decisions, big events happen to engage us in constant conversation.
That's what we're looking for. Not some people who are talking about ethnicity. No.
Who is on your mind?
Don't worry.
Join me every day on Politics Tonight, where we dissect issues that shape our political destiny. Politics Tonight, weekdays on TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thanks for staying with us. You saw my colleague there earlier speaking with Nifemi Oguntoye, speaking with members of the House of Representatives, the 10th House of Representatives. Some of them returning, most of them first-time lawmakers. We'll bring you more conversation on the 10th National Assembly. But coming up next is Business Nigeria. Stay with us.
Never miss a moment. Instant breaking news from all over the globe. Live streaming of your favorite programs delivered directly to you. Watch anytime from anywhere on your mobile or smart devices. Download the TVC News app today.
We need
When shippers groan under the weight of ceaseless charges that tend to throw them off balance in the sector, Nigerian Shippers Council promptly comes to their rescue.
We know that we are achieving something.
Today, you now have a regulator.
To get justice done without the money for any charges.
It's Tidbit, the world's biggest container ship and the first to break the 24,000 TEU mark.
Allah Inland Dry Port is born again. Finally, the eagle has landed.
It is initiatives like this that we want to encourage.
Join us for a smooth sail on your favorite maritime program, The Shipper, brought to you by Nigerian Shippers Council, Nigeria's port economic regulator.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundant. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
Keep up with innovative, revealing, and groundbreaking happenings in the world of brands and brand builders in Nigeria and across the globe. Mingle with people and brands that make the cut and the personalities that keep reinventing the trends and traditions in the marketing world. All are exciting one-stop shop for marketing buffs. Marketing Edge on TV. You are always right on time with the right people and movers and shakers of the world of marketing as they share their views and ideas on the business and challenges of advertising, corporate affairs, media strategy, and the unfolding exciting world of digital marketing. Join the trendsetters and key decision makers as they shape opinions and project into the future of the marketing landscape for 30 exhilarating minutes on this channel. Stay ahead, be thrilled to beat, be marketing savvy with Marketing Edge on TV. Marketing Edge on TV, promoting the brand idea.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's a beehive of activities in Abuja. Yes, we have a new Senate President, that's Senator Godswill Akpabio, and also a new Speaker of the House of Representatives there in person of Mr. Tajuddin Abbas in that very peaceful election in the legislature. And you can see all of the submissions from there, my colleagues there, Nifemi and all, they're talking to the lawmakers about the process and what we should expect from the 10th Assembly. But let's talk some business. Of course, business and politics go hand in hand. But top stories that we are tracking for you now says Nigeria's agri-goods trade hit 751 billion naira in Q1 of 2023. UAE Japan ministers meet trade investments top agenda as Asians shares track Wall Street rally with inflation data. Fed in focus. Well, on our interview segment today, coincidentally, we'll be talking about the electricity law, the recently signed electricity law by President Bola Tinubu, which repeals the Electricity Power Sector Reforms Act, which was signed by President Olusegun Obasanjo in 2005. This law authorizes states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. We'll look at the benefits of this law, the power sector, and of course the economy. So it coincides with the lawmakers having their elections today because laws are sent to them before the presidents are sent. So what really does this law, what does it mean for Nigeria's electricity sector? On the second half of the show, we will assess the performance of Nigeria's telecommunications sector. The Nigerian Communications Commission issues 25 licenses to mobile network, virtual network operators, and the issues around it. What does this mean for the telecommunications service, data service? That's our second discussion. But let's start with some news now. Latest data from the NBS shows that Nigeria traded 751.03 billion naira agricultural goods in the first quarter of 2023. This was contained in the NBS Foreign Trade in Goods Statistics Report for Q1 of 2023. The report shows that total value of imported goods stood at 471.39 billion naira, while agricultural goods amounted to 279.64 billion naira in the year under review. According to the report, the value of total trade in agricultural goods stood at 751.03 billion naira, while agricultural goods export surges by 63.92% and 39.72% when compared to Q4 2022 and Q1 2022. And in the same vein, the Castina state government is seeking support of the African Development Bank to develop the abundant agricultural renewable energy resources in the state. The state governor, Mr. Diko, rather, in a statement by his chief press secretary, Mr. Kalu Ibrahim, sought the bank's support when he visited the Director General of AFDB, Nigerian Country Department, Mr. Lamin Barrow, in Abuja. According to him, the purpose of the visit is to discuss investment and intervention support to boost job creation and enhance the livelihoods of people in the state, as well as the Northwest geopolitical region, which comprises 7 states: Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara. The governor